What up, everybody? Welcome back to week 2. Well, not week 2, episode 2, Road to Kim Jung Gi. We're doing a live drawing for imagination. Don't know what's going to happen today. Wish me luck. I got music playing today because I think it's true that if you get yourself into a vibe, maybe you'll make better art, or at least you'll think less hard about it. Maybe you have more fun. Who knows? We'll figure out if that's going to result in a better drawing or not. If you are curious what pen I'm going to use, I've now added a sentence down here. That's what it is. And hopefully this autofocus thing doesn't start being very annoying. Let me know if my head's in the frame. And I'm going to shoot. Let's begin. Viggy. Yeah, we gotta get it. We gotta get it written down, man. It was asked like 14 times. All right, now I don't know what I want to draw today, but I'm gonna pretend no one's watching so that it's not like, I think a face is a great place to start. And thinking about overlap might be a good thing to do too. Let me know if my mic sounds fine. I tested it beforehand, so that's a trick question. I know it's fine. But if it's not good, let me know. Oh, of course the head's in the way. My bad. It's already begun. Let me do this. Let me begin simple and in the frame. No, okay. I gotta do something with this chair here. Otherwise, here, let me. There we go. I can lean back. So let's see. I should get glasses because this, for some reason, I can't read the chat in OBS. I can just see the stream details, but I wish I could see the chat. Settings, perhaps. Settings? Stream. No, nothing there. Studio mode. That did nothing. Anyway. Try knight armor on your characters? Hell nah. I do not know how to do that. If there's one thing I learned about art, it's never leave your comfort zone. I'm kidding, that's terrible advice, but I don't know. Part of my goal is to draw nice art, so I might be restricting myself to subject matter that I am at least somewhat familiar with. But as I develop this image out, you'll see that it probably... Oh, camera's gone, and it's back. Weird. It's... Wow. As I build this out, I'll probably... You use Road to Kim Jung Gi too? I didn't know that. My bad. Oh, shoot. I said it in the last video, and it did... People are watching it even though the stream's over, so I was like, maybe this is a good title. You know what? I gotta commend you, Viggy. That was a good title. It's so good that I use it as well. My bad. Please don't sue. Okay, let me know if my head's in the way. It's not good. Why is it so low quality looking? I don't know. I forgot. I should start on the right side of this page so that I don't... Because I draw left-handed and it just does this. But you know what we could do? No, that would just change. Sai, what's up, man? How you doing, man? How's the work going? I uploaded the demo, by the way. Sai's a student of mine. So, drawing behind the ear now. Guess this character would have hair. Like this. Let's see if we can't add like some eyewear. Which I forgot they need frame. Eyewear needs a frame, so we're gonna have to add that. Nothing's better than a brand new ink pen, better than a brand new brush pen, because that has a lot of ink. By the way, let me show you something I got. What's the origin of your channel name? Been curious to know that. So, the origin of my channel name was one day I just was like awoken in the night by the name Broken Draw. And I was like, holy crap. That is an amazing name. And that's so I chose it. Because Broken Draw, he can draw. So, look, my Western Oshi. I don't know what that means. I don't know if, hope I'm not the Western Oshi. Let's see. I don't know where all my pens went, but I have about 70 brush pens just somewhere. Where did they go? Huh. How do you lose a box of pens? Weird. Oh, I know where it went. I know where it went. They're all in here. So check this out, guys. We got, wow. So I have bought up, well, my parents bought it for me. It's all pens. It's all the same brush pen. There's like 70. So maybe I'll do a giveaway one day. And now here's the issue with giveaways. I really hate shipping anything. So anyway, that's a box of pens. We'll stream soon one day and it shall be glorious. Absolutely. Why does my camera keep cutting out, bro? What's going on? This is my first time catching you live, but you've been very helpful since I started to learn how to draw a year ago. I'm so glad to hear that. Fizzy CS. Do you play CS? Do you play CS? Is that name? What's the history behind that name? Broken Draw mentioned on his own channel. It's crazy. I've been happy you started to stream more. Thanks, Alexander. What's the origin? It's been a while, man. It has been. Gotta stay for a bit though, because it's late. Yeah, it is late. I don't know. Damn, that many pens. My channel is discussed. Absolutely. Have you seen the CS Challenge 52 from Artwad? Not only have I seen it, I've been doing it. I'm on hardcore mode, baby. So we've been doing a lot of work on that. He was at my house actually like an hour ago. I got that insider scoop on C52. You remind me of this funny character from the Scrubs sitcom. You look like him, sound like him with a deeper voice. Hell yeah. Good evening, friend from Brazil, and I share your dream of reaching the GOAT. So don't stop drawing. It would be a pleasure to have you as a colleague at Super Neat. That would be amazing. Heck yeah. Thanks, guys. All right. Well, to be a legend, you got to draw. So let's draw. I got music playing. I'm chilling, bruh. This year, I am living my truth. And my truth is telling you guys that I'm listening to MGK. And you know what? Girls at the like Nickelodeon Slime Awards and me have a lot in common. We both like MGK, and I'm proud to say it. Okay, where's this going? Thing is, you just don't want to think too hard, honestly. Thinking too hard is not good for your drawing, and it's not good for your brain, man. Your brain has a limited amount of thoughts it can have before you go kaput. So don't waste them. Just make choices. Whoever said drawing was thinking was lying. I'm trying to think in silhouettes more. You'll find that can be really helpful when you're trying to simplify your figures. Black sun. And then really learning how to differentiate textures would be big. No more followers. If you guys aren't on John Bellion, then I don't know what you're doing. It's kind of a long hoodie, I can't lie. A long jacket. But hey, this dude might be a guy who dons a long jacket. What can you do? Pocket here. Let's give him a cool... Oh, we got Justin Bieber on the track right now. I heard that his new album was apparently amazing. I don't know how to rate pop music. But apparently, I've heard from a credible source, it's his best album. I'm happy for him. He seems like he was going through a lot, you know. Champagne problems and all. And I know. My music taste is like if you had just a cola that you left outside to just turn stale. That's how I describe my music taste. Let's catch up with some comments real quick. I don't know why my mouse is all screwed up, so let's see if I can't. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at this. We got ooh. Okay. Good evening. Yep. Did you do the Domestica Tom Fox tutorial, fam? I did, fam. Of course. Legend in the making, thanks. Damn, that brush pen won't be possible to use on a commute sketch. Love the works. You're right. It's pretty tough. No, you listen to MGK too. What's your top 3 favorite songs from him? What's your thoughts on Americana album? Now here is a real one. Okay, top 3 songs. The one that got me into him. My friend showed me, what was it? Probably not a real one. Play This When I'm Gone. Love that. Melancholic. Very nice. I've been really liking Indigo. Not Indigo. I like the new album. Let me actually pick a different song here. What's my favorite? Let's see here. Sorry guys, this is me and who commented that? Me and where'd the comment go? Me and your favorite John are just soul bonding right now, so I gotta indulge this. Let's see. This is where most people tune off. I like Vampire Diaries, I can't lie. But I definitely feel like a 18-year-old girl or 14-year-old girl saying this. But you know what? No shame in 2026. I love the song Tell Me What's Up. Love that. Bars. Okay, anyway. Building confident lines. Vicky says, building confident lines is focusing on your pen pressure, the stability, drawing many different times of lines, and doing it hundreds of times until you're a certain percentage better. Yeah, you can't skip volume. Dang, my guy with the button-up shirt and combed hair. You're ready to go out and beat a Disney princess. I already have a Disney princess. She's a legend. Anywho, let's keep it up here. I wouldn't get it. Everyone's attention span should be specific. Okay. What's he looking at? I guess we'll find out, eh? What if... I said what if, and then just said nothing. But my what if was, what if there was a dog coming out of this man? You know, as they do. If that happened, that would just be a dark day indeed. Let me hear your guys' favorite songs. Actually, forget that. I don't know enough songs to relate to that at all. Let me hear your guys' favorite TV shows and movies. Like January. Oh, my planet sanitary. This is an ugly dog, dude. No dog hate. I could do with studying some more dogs. Does the muscle over... I can look at my... Hey, I'm cheating. I'm looking at my my mountain lion. I think it does that. I mean, this is where referencing... The beauty of this is that you don't always have to reference the image. You can check out, like, Rembert Montal has drawings of dogs bursting out of random places. You can reference all those guys who've already done it all. Right? Like Kim Jung Gi's books aren't just to admire, they're to study from, of course. Something I like in Bryce Collinger's work, amazing artist, by the way, you should check out if you don't follow him on YouTube already, is how much he adds texture to things. So I'm going to try to, I want to be a textured man, you know? I want things to have feelings. So we'll see what we can do about that very soon. But there's always more work to be done. There's always something more. But you gotta appreciate where you are too, you know? I appreciate that this dude's, that this dog doesn't look that great, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. What's he doing? If he was doing this, his hand would be, here's the real. When your hand's like this, what happens to your fabric is that your fabric, does it? It pulls back. Yeah. You would see more of his arm. Would I? I don't know. That's, just keep that in mind. That has nothing to do with this drawing apparently. But, or maybe it does. Let's see. Here's his big old knuckle, that little thing. Well, this little thing. Maybe I show, oh, this would be real as hell. Here, boom. Here we go. His hands are, here we are. Boom. Okay. That's height, right? Oh, I've been wanting to watch Pluribus. His spirit animal left him. Oh, that's cute. Shogun. I've heard Shogun's good. I think Peter Han's watching it. Felt aura when I... I know I felt aura when I opened up YouTube. Dude, aura is just... Aura... I don't know where that was going. You know, jokes don't always land, so... I almost got. What's getting got? Is that, dare I say, hand avoidance? No, never. Ah, thanks, Iggy. Awesome song choices, man. Tell me what's up. Has that kind of chill vibe. You can blast with your homies. When did you start becoming a fan? Probably when Tickets to My Downfall first came out. No, I think I know, like, he's probably my second most listened to artist behind John Bellion. This will be the last time you hear me say sorry. Oh, I like Don't Let Me Go. I think that's Don't Let Me Go. Yeah. Saw the vision, don't worry. Thanks. I love Joe Kiteman, thanks. Okay, now what's going on here? Who knows? We build out. Dogs and cats are just hard, but I'm just gonna be looser. I'm not gonna worry about being too correct out here. Will I pack up suitcases? If you just think about it as like slices in perspective, as Roger would say, then it's fine. It's fine, bro. Don't even worry. Am I even in the screen? Yeah. Literally, what are we worrying about? Why is this cat kind of thick? Hold on. Man, I'm not very good at gestures, so this... Let's show some shoulder blade like this. And then do... Man, I said don't worry about it, and now I'm a little worried because like, what's going on here? Why is it... Am I drawing a monkey? I think I'm drawing a monkey because this does not look like a cat. That's the real question here. What animal is this? Weird. A monkey would have a... This is just, I guess, a weird cat. I haven't actually done reference drawing for probably like a month. I was traveling and Christmas, and I was doing a lot of... Oh, wow, that's a weird looking animal. Hopefully we'll forget about this. Okay. I mean, that's alright. It's just a little weird. Thanks for the inspiration and lessons, my friend. Oh, thanks, Arknark. Hell yeah, John. My favorite John. I do think about composition when I'm drawing. Try to create some sense of depth. So, I mean, here, we'll establish the horizon line, but like I could add... What? Okay, well, that's a choice. I drew a weird looking fish. Let's do this. Hey, well, we got a weird fish dude in the foreground. Forgot what I was saying, but I locked into this. Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this, are you? Oh no, you are. I zoomed out. Yay. Wait, when did I zoom out so much? Whatever. I'm not here for questions, right? Sorry. I went to London and I kept doing British accents. Really poor British accents. I guess we wouldn't even classify them as British accents. And I forgot that that's basically like going to France and being like, oh. So that was not cool, but you know, I guess that wasn't nice. It's just so hard not to, you know. Sorry, guys. If it was good, maybe that'd be different, but speaking of that, I'm a fan of Peaky Blinders. I do like it. It's good. I know, I don't think that the logical direction of these scales makes much sense, but okay. Hmm. Ugh. What am I doing, bro? My bad. He dressed like old Ash Ketchum. Oh, him. You're saying me. I'm like, what the hell? When drawing the male body with boxes, how could I connect the two torso box and pelvis box? Do you have any video? I can show you. Okay, so yeah, so you want to connect. Yeah, Michael Hampton has a section on this. But yeah, you have your torso, right? And you have your, let's say, and you ideally want it dynamic. So let's say you have something like this. You want to look for where the twist is. One side's going to be stretched, and I can do this in a different color. You're going to have, you connect these, and this is where you're going to have the stretch side. And then here, Actually looks like it'll still be stretched. Like that. You can just connect to the side, but if we had a more squashed example, let's say something like, I guess, something like, let's see, something like this. If we had something like this, let me just make sure that, yeah, we have something like this, you would then have a bump here, a squash here, and then a stretch here. Now, how would that look? Now, here's the practice you'd want to implement if you're practicing figures like this. You take these and you give them, I'll make a video on this, but what's called the layer of softening. So you soften, you imagine that all these are more fleshy now because the human body is softer, right? So you give everything a bit less detail, but a bit more of a rubber / human-like feel, right? So you see now I'm thinking about this like it is, like a body, right? I'm thinking about the center line, but I'm not drawing the center line. The center line will occur. But here, we got to get this twist in, right? So I got to get the compression of this rib cage, right? And then the compression of this fat riding along the hip here, because here will be where our bone is, something like this, right? And now I'm not going to draw a line down the center. I'm only going to indicate the center line where the anatomy would allow it, right? So the pecs and the belly button, and then even the crotch here, right? And then you soften like this. You use these soft marks like this. And you see? So that's how you go from torso boxes. This is a video I haven't talked about yet. Oh, my bad. A video I haven't talked about yet is, like, sure, you've learned how to draw boxes like this. How does that help you with the body? Well, let's see this again. You have the box. Then you look, and we can add this out, right? So let's just add hands for the sake of it. This, right? You want to take the silhouette. Look now at the shape. Look at the overall shape like this and begin drawing it. That's our start. Right? So we're going to take this and we're going to go, I'm going to look at this and I'm going to imagine I'm adding a layer of softening. So rather than these going like this, I'm going to connect them. Basically, imagine you're adding a thick rubber layer over this. And what that's going to do is keep your overlaps and stuff, but really reduce any of the creases and bumps you might see. So here, keeping in mind, and you're adding all this together, you're connecting all of these things. You'd keep the overlap, right? And you'd have this, but now you'd have a stretch here. Now you do want to indicate the line of this hip, and because the obliques actually stop and connect to the hip, so it's always good to include the lines here, and you'd also see the lines here. But this would be where the butt is, right? So you'd see a hip bone here, or you'd see the trochanter, that's a femur bone, and then you would have, let's see, so I can add some overlap here, and imagine your center line, right? Your center line like this. Right? You want to draw that, but that's obviously not going to be on the human body. What will be there, though, is like the center line is where you'd see the pecs separate, right? Like this. Right? The center line is also where you would see, so here we have the sort of a shadow cast by this, by the rib cage, right? So imagine that there's a plane break here, and then if you want to show the stomach, you draw the belly button like that. And then the last thing you could do to really like cement this understanding is take a marker and start outlining. This is up until this point, this is a Kim Jung Gi-ish, right? But we have Oinag. The artist Oinag is really fantastic at this. I think could be a part of the Super Andy team. Might not have any affiliation, but is still a legend. You start adding shading to these areas, and that's when you're really starting to think in 3 dimensions, and your drawings are going to pop. right? See how we're adding a lot of form here? And it gives you the opportunity to add a bit more detail than you otherwise would be able to with such a definitive tool like the, I have a pen, like a brush pen. I know I'm not particularly sophisticated with mine, but it's a matter of finding the right shapes. This is where painting practice helps as well. But yeah, and then that's how you go from little boxes to a human body. You add, the steps are softening. Softening is something Zeph Draws taught me. You just, the practice is you take two interacting, let's say you have these interacting objects like this, right? And we have all these hard, clear lines. It's kind of lame. So what you do is you take it and then you go, imagine you're adding a silicone layer over all of it. So you're softening everything out. And this is again something in Tom Fox Draw's book. He says you want to show less detail than, less detail is often more informative than more detail. So you see how if I do this and then just do a little bit like this, I'm giving an idea that my material is a rubbery material. And this is what human skin is more like. It's not this hard stuff. If you can do this over a mannequin, you basically have a human body. And that's that. And now, okay, so related to that, Arnold says you're doing great, thank you. But Kai Graham says, how do you study clothes? So let's say now you're up until this point. The way you study clothes, man, you guys are just, this is all the video ideas I'm about to do. So if you think this should be a video or elaborate on this, then let me know. But once you've got to this, so step 1 is your mannequin. Step 2 is your softening. Step 3 is just draw over your mannequin like this. And you start to, like, you have to break everything down into small composite parts. You have to break it down into every step possible and then understand it at every step and then reverse engineer every time. So now that I've drawn this over, I can imagine where the shirt would be, and then I'm imagining where would the compression and like gravity fall. Well, the gravity would fall on the shoulders and it would compress down here. So the further we get away, the more folds we'd get. Now that I have this, the idea is, okay, so you have to look at this, look at the shapes, and now draw it all together. So now I'm looking at this as my reference, and then I'm doing everything so far that I remember, and I'm thinking about this underneath this, underneath this. And yeah, it's like a lot of, it's sort of like how players like Magnus Carlsen can play on 10 chessboards at a time, if not more. It's just a lot of compartmentalizing. Over time, each thing, once you get really comfortable with this will take up so little brain space that you can just start softening. Once you get used to this, it'll take so little brain space that you can start adding clothes. And now you don't do it all chronologically. You jump between all 3 disciplines, because if you do this without doing the higher order thing, you won't be practicing this in the way that's actually effective for drawing anatomy, right? But then as I'm drawing this, I'm imagining the pose underneath. I'm thinking like, okay, so I'm rising over the chest here and it's falling. And because it's falling, it creates some like folds on the bottom here. And then as I'm drawing this sleeve, I know that the shirt's going to come, the arm's going to come out here, right? And the chest might peek out here, and then the neck comes through. And then, of course, you just add whatever details of the head you want to add. Let's see if I can do myself. Anyway, so yeah. What does the pen you use to shadow? The pen I use to shadow is just like a midliner, zebra midliner. Doesn't matter, it's just a highlighter. It's not a real like art pen. Ain't no way bro lives again. Evan, what's up? Oh, bro's live again. Bro lives again. Yay. My bad. Cancelled for British accent. I fear it. Oh, blasted. How do you know if you're overdoing a texture in design sense? Do you still rely on SML? Small, medium, large. How do you know if you're overdoing texture? There's a general like idea of, so a texture is overdone if it captures more attention than the rest of the scene, right? Like if I have one dude drawn like this and another dude drawn like this, and they both have a little bit of texture, but then I have another dude and I've shaded him like with all these textures in detail, then you're gonna look here. Now, if this is the focal point, then add more texture, right? Peter Hahn's organic volume exercise requires you to choose a focal point and add your textures very heavily there, like this, and you add them a bunch, right? Because that's kind of how human vision works. Your peripheral vision is less visually demanding, or, you know, like you don't focus on the peripheral vision by definition. So you do something like this, you add a lot of detail in the focal point, and then you learn to taper it off to suggest the feature without necessarily drawing attention to it. Because focus everywhere is the same thing as no focus, right? If everything is filled with detail, nothing is filled with detail. Anyway, curious to hear if you watch anime. I really liked Haikyuu, and I really like Naruto. I started Jujutsu Kaisen and I liked it, but I didn't really watch it that much. I've been rewatching Naruto. Baller. We got a baller in the chat. Who knew? Primal's awesome. Primal's great. Gendy Tarkovsky is great too. First time turning on to a stream. What's up, Camp Kirby? Thanks. Gonna be good night for me. Good night, Badman. A little bit of personal question. Do you have a girlfriend? Of course. I have a girlfriend. She the best. 4 years. Have any of y'all played the new Animal Crossing game? I didn't. You're awesome. Thanks for inspiration. Oh, thanks. What percentage of the way to Kim Jung Gi do you think you currently are? Wow. It depends how you quantify it. In terms of visual library, probably like 2%, 5%, maybe. In terms of the ability to draw from my imagination, probably his visual library is really what sets him apart from every other person who can draw from their imagination. But I think the skill of drawing from imagination is one that, like, I pretty much get the gist of drawing from imagination now, and I have to keep doing it. But it's not like I don't know how to do it. So I would say in that sense, I think it would be maybe, what's it called? It would be corny to say like, oh, 5%. I think it's like 25% if we're talking about drawing from imagination. That doesn't mean I'm a quarter of the way to his skill. That means of the things that I think I need to know to get to his level, technically, I think I understand how to, like, the space. What I really lack is like comfort with it, but also shading and painting skills, which he had a lot of ability to shade and light and stuff, texture knowledge, stuff like that. But I don't know. We can only ponder, you know. Going to get my sketchbook out? Heck yeah. Are you planning to make comic? No. Pretty new in drawing. Do you have some tips for to create a habit? To create a habit, you really just have to like it. So learn to like it. Do it for yourself. And another video idea I was thinking of. I guess joining a group would be really helpful to keep you accountable if you find that you enjoy like that. Wait, is this on screen? I think so. Oh, it's not, lol. Here we go. Is YouTube your full-time job? Yeah, now it is. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. In February, I left school to see if I could do this full time, and you know, I've been blessed by you guys to be able to do that. So I just hope to keep bringing you guys my best and learning and sharing what I learn and creating a positive culture of learning and passionate people, you know, so pretty crazy. Or if you look closely to this drawing, it's also showing a story. Shoot. Not sure what it is yet, but you're right about that. Now, what do I like drawing? This is the real question, because unless you know what you like drawing, I don't know. I like drawing faces. I like creating space. That's what I like doing. I like what it looks like. How does a head connect here? Wow, this is a weird head. Okay, that was a weird I mean, this is still a weird pose to draw. Maybe I will draw now. Perhaps I will establish a floor, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, establish a floor, because otherwise... Otherwise, it's really hard to gauge the height of all these things. So I am doing that right now. Establishing a floor grid, establishing a consistent height. So this is my consistent height. This is that. By the way, guys, I am currently working on a workshop that you'll hear more about in the upcoming weeks and months. And now this workshop is going to be, I can't tell you guys too much about it now, but it's going to be pretty exciting. It's going to be 8 weeks, and it's going to be everything I know, or it's going to be my best thought out way to compile the best exercises and lectures to teach you how to draw whatever you're looking at in 8 weeks. And I mean that, like whatever you're looking at, no matter if it's a person, a POV drawing, whatever you're looking at, you're gonna learn how to draw it. I'm super excited about it, and it's gonna come out in a couple weeks. If you want to be the first to know about it, go to brokendraw.com and then re-download that book. You got to get on my email list, and then you'll be told about it over the email list, or I can manually add you, but you have to message me on Instagram and just say, add me to your email list. I'll add your email, but you also have to be part of the email list already. I'm saying this because there's only 20 slots when it comes out. There'll be 20 people, live slots, paid course, 8 weeks. My first, well, I've done classes before, but my first, I'm partnering with someone. It's going to be fun. Yeah, I hope to see you there. While you guys let that simmer, I'm gonna go pee. I forgot about this last time, and it was really weird, so I'm gonna leave this here. Then what are you trying to tell or show? Hold on, I gotta see. I think there's an argument here. So you didn't finish school? Oh, so you didn't finish school. What were you studying at the time? I was studying animation at the time, but then I was in my second year, and I just found out that I didn't really, this is what I like doing. I didn't really care to animate. I'm really bad at working on a team. So yeah, I was just like, I want to try this, and it's working out so far. I'm gonna go pee. What up? We back. We're just gonna see this live. Gotta go. One last message is thanks for the explanation of proportions. Aw, thank you. Hey Tyrion, this is Leo. Hey, what up, Leo? Good to see you. Leo's another student. He's a legend. He's amazing. When I paint, I don't have any stories to tell. Something just happens. Do you have interest in using a dip pen? Not really. Wondering, have you lived on your own, or did you recently move out? Have you lived on your own mostly, or did you recently move out? I feel as young people, it's hard these days. I've lived on my own since I was 8. I lived with roommates since I was 18. but my parents funded my college and living expenses for years. So thanks, Mom and Dad. I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking up there in Hong Kong. Thanks, Mom and Dad. But now I live on my own, like fully independently. That was the fastest piss ever, bro. Your stream's got to be high pressure, dude. Time is money, you know. So I guess this dude's just hanging out. I don't know what his deal is, but I want him to be holding something. I think he'll be holding a book, I've decided. How do people hold books? Am I in camera? Ah, I wasn't. Hi, art by Kaushik. Have you read the Animator Survival Kit? I have it. I have it right there. Also, other than self-help books, do you read any fiction? I just finished 1984 yesterday, and I've been trying to get more into fiction recently. Yeah, so trying to live a little bit more. Also, it made you live in Canada instead of staying in Hong Kong. I'm half Canadian, so tuition costs here would be lower. Hong Kong, they also had no good art schools in Hong Kong. At least, I don't speak Mandarin, so, or Cantonese, so I just was not the move. Although I do love Hong Kong. I love I've always preferred, like, if the infrastructure of Asian cities could be brought to North American countries, that would be the best of both worlds. Because, I mean, given the population density in like Korea and Hong Kong, bro, it costs $1 to go on the subway. Here it's like $4 and rising every year. Crazy. It actually costs like as much as an Uber sometimes to go anywhere with 2 people. And it's like, what are we doing? Why are our cities so big? Can we just like group up? These guys do not know how to play the objective. I would not want Canadian city planners to be on my Overwatch team. They do not group up. Why am I listening to like country rock? Oh, it's because I picked that MGK album that's country. My bad. You do not need a third. Oh, what am I looking at? How important is the ribbon exercise? Low key, not that important. Can't lie. Yeah, the ribbon exercise isn't like, it's not something that's going to fundamentally change your like understanding of how drawing works. There are some exercises that I could give that credit to. Notan studies being one of them, two value studies. Probably cut boxes, the current exercise or last week's exercise from Challenge 52. Silhouette boxes is also pretty like revolutionary. Right now I'm using silhouette boxes. I'm using the principles in silhouette boxes to draw this car. So I'm thinking really about the outline first. And by thinking about the outline, you create it in perspective, but you also simplify what you're drawing. You see, this is silhouette drawing. You create the outlines, and this makes it actually much easier to draw whatever it is you want to draw, because like you can think, well, you have to sort of be able to think about the space. I don't know. I got tired of speaking. The thing I'm still trying to figure out is how much of drawing from imagination is a result of being able to visualize strong. Like, I know I don't have aphantasia, but I'm wondering how much aphantasia affects the ability to draw from imagination. I'm wondering if that's just an obstacle that can't be overcome. I'm wondering if it's a genetic thing. Because I know that when I'm drawing from imagination, I'm not really thinking about like something I've memorized. Rarely. I'm more so building. I'm more so discovering based on the limitations. I'm sort of just getting good at making decisions in the dark. So I'm not visualizing anything, but I also know that I can visualize things relatively well if I wanted to. Like, I can imagine something spinning in my head. I can see it in my mind's eye or something. So now I'm wondering if maybe I had an affinity to drawing from imagination because I could see things in my mind's eye, or vice versa. Maybe I developed that ability, right? Which I think so, because I was never actually that good at drawing from imagination. Just like anything else, it's like you practice, but I don't know. It's a curious thing. I don't know if it's something that can be learned, or if it's just a sort of nerf you get. But I don't think it's like, I think it's rare to be able to just see things in your mind's eye without training it. But maybe, again, I don't know. I'm one dude. Who knows? We can only wonder, or look at the stats, or look at the research on it. But I'm just going to wonder. Have you ever thought about 2D intuition or 3D intuition? Or am I crazy? I don't want to say you're crazy, but I'm not feeling you on that one. I don't know what that means. That is his sweet spot. No, I don't know what that's referring to, but I will not admit to having any sweet spot. Not in public. Can you move the paper? Yes, absolutely. I didn't realize. Bruh, I've been drawing without... Lol, my bad, guys. One day I'll have a live stream that I don't just... It's because I can't see the chat and a live version of my drawing at the same time. I'm very tech non-savvy. Are you blasting? Come pick me up. How do you hear that? How did you hear that? Tyrion, how did you get in contact with Cynic's design? I didn't. Is there... I didn't. Does someone think I did? I did talk to him at Lightbox, but but I was really shy, and my friend Athoro was really talking to him. I was just standing there, and he was like, "Do you do chroma core?" And I went, "No," and he went, "Wow," and I got like, I felt bad. I felt like a fake fan. And I didn't want to ask him questions for the pros and stuff because he just seemed really tired. It was the end of the day. I practice my thesis force. Sort of philosophical, but what is your life story? It's crazy. I thought you always lived in Canada. No, I've only lived in Canada for 4 years. I moved around a lot. I was born in Korea. I moved to China. Then I moved to the United Arab Emirates. Then I moved to Anguilla in the Caribbean. And then I moved to Malaysia and then Hong Kong. And I went to high school in Hong Kong. And then I came to Canada. I guess I'm reading you wrong, but I think you're saying, okay, you guys are having a different... It's under the webcam. Broken draw. Hell yeah. Love your content is clear and easy to understand. Love that. I thought you did a mentorship with him. No, I never did a mentorship with Cynics. I don't know if he does mentorships. Yeah, no, I have no contact with Cynics to any degree, really, except being a fan, I guess. He's a busy man. He's got a kid. The next video I'm doing is a sketchbook tour of all the drawings from imagination I did in 2025. So if you like watching these, then you'll get to see all the ones I did last year, which was 83. I did 83 of these. This year, I want to do like over 100. That's the goal, over 100. So I guess we're filling up the quota, aren't we, ladies and gents? Why does this have a third? Well, this makes absolutely no sense. You can see I clearly don't study trucks because the wheels are in absolutely random places. But once you practice enough boxes, you can just draw cars pretty easily. Add cylinders to this. They always have these weird pipes. Now, why did these... Oh, I guess I can... Let's see if I can finesse this like pole to If I can finesse this poll to sort of transition into this space. Kind of. Okay, that's not bad. Yo, that's not bad. I can't lie. I feel like this thing is not. Wow. Let me restart that. I feel like Cynic's design does not think all that much about 3D forms. That's kind of why I'm saying like 2D intuition. Yeah, his design series is fantastic. I think he thinks a lot about 3D forms just in a different way than Kim Jung Gi, because the dude can draw and he paints, and you have to think about 3D forms to paint. What is your life story, bro, for when you write an autobiography? I don't know. At some point, I'm supposed to make contact with another alien species, but that I'm not yet sure when that's going to be. Do you think AI will take over art? Nah, bro. Bro, AI's got so much like more lucrative, better stuff to do. Like, think about it. The people who made AI did not try to make it take over art. They're like on the path to take over like doctors, dog. They don't care about us. Like, what benefit? You know how big of an, I mean, animation, maybe it'll definitely make an impact in the amount of animation hires, but I think there's a real like, I low-key feel like there's, let me drop some low-keys and some hot takes. It's kind of, I mean, AI art sucks because it's so like, bro, do other stuff. But there's also kind of like an elitism happening where it's like, AI shouldn't take our jobs. It should take the other boring people's jobs. It's like, bro, AI is like, you don't think the accountant feels like the walls are closing in too? Everyone feels like that. Thing is, AI will take your job if you let AI take your job. If you work somewhere where a computer program could have done your job, that's like every fast food place in Walmart 10 years ago. They're now replacing half the force with, dude, I went to a Dollarama and there's like 5 lines of people waiting for the self-checkout and 1 person watching it. You don't think the business is gonna do the more lucrative thing? So I don't think AI is going to take over art because I don't think people generally like AI art. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a fiscal purpose in it. It will save some studios money, especially, but also, bro, like if we weren't haters in art, and I'm supposed to be a hater in art, I'm supposed to be a hater in AI given my position in like doing art. But imagine if rich mega businesses weren't pocketing the money and you had your own ability to delegate a whole team of people, or not even people, just you had the ability to create your own animated movie with your own assets and your own imagination and your own thing, and you weren't stealing for anybody. If it was ethical, AI would be like a dream scenario for people. The issues that people are having is not that this technology is really helpful. It's that this technology is helpful to already rich people who are plagiarizing and stealing our property without paying us. If those 2 things were solved, I don't think people would have a problem with, look at how you're able to now do a whole 10 people's worth of work with 1 program and you can have complete creative control, right? So that's my hot take of the session, but I just draw. What do I know? I love sketchbook tours. Heck yeah. I recently started drawing again after being forced to give it up, and your guide has been so helpful. I love the ribbon exercise. Awesome. Earlier I was saying the ribbon exercise was like kind of whatever, but you know, I think the exercise one needs will find them when they need it. Actually helped me a lot now that I think about it. There's a lot of things. Huh. Your lines are so 3D, if that makes sense. That's awesome. I love to hear that. I completely agree, but the thing is, if I only learn that I'll never make something and earn... Tyrion, are you familiar with the concept of design economy? I'm always struggling with the proper amount of detail when designing. Yeah, design economy is from cynics, at least that's where I heard it from. I have heard of it. I think about it like design economy, don't add more lines where it's unnecessary. Here, I think this is poor line economy because we're losing. I might have to push this guy a little bit thicker. But I don't know. Design is not my strong suit. There's plenty of, like it's not a field I really have many thoughts over because I don't understand it very much at all. So maybe this dog isn't coming out of this guy's stomach. Maybe the dog's just behind him. So I'll include a tail like this to suggest that. So it looks like a long tail, but hopefully it gets made a bit more evident by Let's see, just spend, okay. Your lines are so 3D, read that. Did your Road to Kim Jung Gi 1 stream reach a point of completion? Oh, the piece? Yeah. It's every stream will be just the piece will be over, I think. Unless I really like get tired. I generally just don't like I love the game, dog. I love drawing. I'm not if the drawing doesn't finish there, I have never gone back to it. I just really don't have the like sometimes I'm like, man, it could be better, but I just have no capacity for like trying once the piece is done. Once the session's done, I'm done. Ah, this dog's hanging out. What is the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to you? Oh. One day. Oh. One day in history class, my teacher. One day in history class, we had an assignment. And I did not do the homework. But the teacher made a grave mistake in asking the students to show their homework. She sent one of the other students to go check everyone's work. Now this guy and me, we were tight, we were chill. I knew he wouldn't rat or say anything if I showed him some random homework. So I showed him an essay I wrote in English class 4 years ago. And he looked at it, checked my name off the list, and everything was sunshine and rainbows. Until the history teacher stopped the class and said, guys, shame. Only 4 of you guys completed the homework this week. So can you 4 stand over there while I lambast and lecture the class on the importance of homework? So I feel like a spy in enemy territory. I'm standing there, apparently the one of 4 people in a 30-person class who's done the homework, and she's yelling at all the students who haven't done it. Except my friends are sitting and giggling and looking at me and giving it away, and the teacher looks at me and doesn't say anything, but I really, like, that's beads of sweat just start dripping down my head. I feel so scared. Also, my dad is a teacher in the same department as this teacher. And then it gets worse. The teacher says, you 4, you guys are gonna proofread each other's work, but the rest of you, you're gonna do the homework now. So I had about 5 minutes. There's like a break. It's like, you guys take it easy. We were getting rewarded for doing the homework, except I hadn't done it. So I remember this is testament to a very privileged life. I have never been more afraid in that bathroom, staring in the mirror, like questioning everything I've ever done, because I just felt so scared and embarrassed that I did not do the homework. So I'm just in the bathroom, and it feels like days go by, and I'm trying to find my way out of this mental prison I've put myself in. I can't go back now and say, I didn't do the work and I lied, and then I showed him an English essay and he didn't say anything, so I thought I was in the clear, and then you kind of switched it up on me and I didn't know. So I was stuck. I was committed to this lie. So I go back to the class after what felt like 2 minutes, but ended up being like 15 minutes, and I'm late. So all the 3 other students who've done their homework are proofreading each other's work and typing and stuff, and I show up and the teacher's like, you're late. And the teacher says, and the student I'm next to takes my computer, and I'm supposed to read theirs and they're supposed to read mine, except mine is random BS. It's nothing. It makes no sense. And because I wrote on it, I wrote, hey, I didn't do my homework, but don't say anything and just pretend you're reading, okay? And then the student, it's dead silent in the class. The student gets my computer and starts reading and says, Tyrion, what is this? This makes no sense. And I'm like, and the teacher looks at me and says, like, Tyrion, did someone not do their homework? And my friends are laughing in the back. And I'm just sitting there, just clenched, scared, because I don't want her. The last words I want to hear is, see me after class. And then the 30-minute class, the rest of the class goes by, and it feels like hours, and I'm prepared the second the bell rings to just zip out of there. And luckily she she forgets about it. That morning she decided to not just ruin a kid's day. So I thank her to this day. She's a real one. She's also just in Hong Kong. I don't know why I keep looking up. Anywho, that's a tangent. I don't think the people are here for this, but you just had to know, guys. That was really... No, the teacher, Loki, she was nice. And you know what? I don't know. If I call her toxic, I'm just being a hater because I didn't do my homework, you know. I was a toxic student, so. Anyway, hey Roger, can someone be realistic with me? How long does it take for art to be a secondary income source while focusing on a main job to sustain living? It depends what problem you're solving. Art is not my secondary income source right now, by the way. My income source is attention and advertising. Like, I don't actually do art for a living. My art doesn't make money. It's it's teaching, which garners attention, and attention which garners advertising. So if you're asking how long does it take to sell your art, then I don't think it's a certain amount of time. I think it's a traffic issue. It's like, do people like your art enough to want it on their walls? And in an economy like this, bro, who's got change to spare, you know? Anyway. I want to learn, but I agree with that every skill takes lifelong to reach a pinnacle where you're good at it. But for me, I'm very unclear, very underconfident and want to draw. I'm willing to learn, but I need to earn too. I think if you go into art thinking you want to make money from it, bro, just if you want to make money, do something else, because art has very little money associated with it. Like, unless you are literally like Kim Jung Gi or, I mean, and that's nice and well for me to say, having found a way to do it. But I guess, I mean, I don't know, I guess I could just say, yeah, that sounds hypocritical. My point is, it's like people who want to make money don't really go into art because there's a lot easier ways to make money if you really want to earn. And then the idea is earn a lot so that you can retire and then do whatever you want, and then you can draw all you want. But again, that's just, maybe that's an L take. Who knows? Maybe I'll get L take ratioed. I don't know if that's what's being said still, but you know, I got that hip lingo, right? Am I right? Anywho, I don't know what this bloke's doing here. By the way, guys, the Roger I keep referencing is in the chat right now. You guys should check out his work if you don't already. That's the one I keep saying, he taught me these things. He's also a teacher. Roger, do you teach online or just where you're at? In case people want to get in contact. He also draws from imagination really well. So this is not in this perspective anymore. Although I could have two separate scenes of perspective. I could have one scene sort of like this with people. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Anyway, how does your course differ to a Thoreau's course? My course is much broader as a topic. I don't have a course yet. There'll be a workshop coming up. My course is broader. A Thoreau's course is on perspective and construction. My course will be on drawing what you see. It will cover shapes. It will cover values, and it will cover perspective. It will teach you how to texture. It will teach you how to understand and decipher every reference. And it will teach you how to create a drawing from nothing from imagination. It will be how to draw what you see. I actually don't want I'll take it all. That's the reality of it. Did you teach yourself to draw? No one teaches themselves to draw. If you mean, did I learn on YouTube? Aside from 2 years, 1.5 years in art school, yeah. But also art school most of the time wasn't teaching me how to draw. They were teaching me how to like submit files with correct labeling. I actually don't want to make money from art exactly. It's like a thing that helps earn earnings. I'm not sort of an artist and I actually don't want to make money from art exactly. It is like a thing that helps in earnings. I am not sort of artist and make money. Currently trying out Drawbox so inspired. How red pilled and based. I don't know what based means, or red pilled really. Do you think living by yourself improves quality of... No, it does not. I'm so lonely. I want to move in. It does not. I thought it would when I lived with people, but then you just realize you substitute one problem for another, and then you realize you'll be unhappy until you choose to be happy. Because, I thought it would be amazing to live on my own. Now, it's definitely awesome to live on my own, but you know what I don't like to do? I don't like to cook. I can't believe that that's something that people have to do 3 times a day. And, my dad says, bro, meal prep. What are you talking about? You don't have to do that 3 times a day. But let me be pissed off. All right, that's what I tell him. I'm trying to complain. I'm not looking for solutions. My point is, I just don't like cooking. I don't like that it is a thing. And that's what I think about that. That's that. But the dude, when did you start drawing? Like what age? The earliest time I remember being like, yo, bro, I'm going to be an artist was when I was 7 or 8. At that age, I remember when I was in grade 2, I was like, I'm either going to be an artist, an actor, or a author. So I really wanted... It's that younger sibling in me that just seeked attention. I needed it. Yeah, about that time. Let's see if I can't draw like people. Like let's see if I can't do like... Why are your characters levitating? Bro, they got that aura. It just sucks that those modern artists make so much money by sticking fruits to walls and stuff. I still am not convinced that isn't like a money laundering scheme, but the thing is, I mean, some people make an obscene amount of money doing that, and vast majority make nothing. Dude, you got me wrong. I want to design clothing. I want to make a Are you talking to me? Let's see. Oh, you got me wrong. I want to make a clothing business, but to make designs, I want to make my art. So technically, art is not what I need to make a living, but my clothes will. Yo, I mean, yeah, I think it's in the same art. A clothing business is also the same as an art. Clothes are just another form of art. I'm saying this as someone who started a clothing business before the YouTube channel, and it did dookie because people buy clothes as a luxury, not as a necessity. And I don't mean for the vast majority of people. Like, if they buy your clothes, it's because they're supporting an artist, or it's their luxury spending, right? Like if I see an artist I admire has merch, I buy their merch as the entertainment budget, kind of, not as a necessity. Whereas, and this is to differentiate something like service. A service business is usually to solve a problem. Clothes are not to solve a problem, it's an entertainment spend. My point is entertainment spend is really hard to be successful in, because it's just like entertainment in YouTube. I teach because teaching has a very clear desired outcome, promise, and solution. Entertainment doesn't, and that makes it the most competitive field to be in. That doesn't mean don't do it, but when we were asking about how, like the strategy behind making money in art, that's why so many people resort to teaching. Teaching is the most reliable method of income. Do you think living by yourself improves quality? Back to that, I think there's a real benefit to it. I mean, I got to make my own space, and I can make YouTube videos at any point in the day. I used to have to, if you watch my earlier videos, I'm kind of like, hey everybody, today we're going to talk about, because I had like 3 other roommates in the house. So now I'm hanging out here. How do you afford to live by yourself in this economy? I had to pick a pretty, I got half a kitchen. That's the compromise I had to make. How do you afford to, do you get a side job aside from YouTube? No, I get to do this full time. The ad revenue from YouTube and sponsorships covers it. It's a blessing. So I get to do this full time now. I've got to go for real, but if you want to design stuff, put on clothes, you learn how to draw or learn how to portray your ideas. You don't like to cook. Is it because of the dishes? No, it's because of my kitchen. My kitchen is so small. I have one usable stove, and well, that's excuses. I just don't like to cook, but I'm not very good at cooking. I don't like it. And I don't care about food that much. If I could eat like sludge without it ruining my jaw structure or ruining my digestive processes or just being a lackluster, I don't even care if it tasted bad. I would just drink sludge, but I don't, because you're not supposed to. Apparently it's bad for you to not chew. Tearing your book is awesome. Thank you. What keeps you motivated to draw? I'm engineering school right now, and by the time I get free time, it's hard for me to strategically practice. Drawing was, I mean, I had the privilege to go to an art school, and like, well, I guess, I mean, when I was in high school, I still drew, not nearly as much, but you gotta just like it. I mean, I don't practice piano, even though I want to be a piano, even though I want to learn piano, because I don't like it. The fish was plotting in the book all along. You practice what you like, man. Like, and if you don't practice it, it might be because you don't like it as much as you like other things, right? I mean, in this day and age, it's very easy to like other things more. There's so many bids for our attention. And not all of them are bad, although a lot of them are not conscious bids for our attention. But yeah, I mean, you'll draw if drawing is the most fun thing to do for you in the moment. And you won't if it's not. How can you, I mean, you hear this tactic all the time on like, I'm deep in the Ali Abdaal, Reisu, like productivity sphere. I love that stuff. But then they're always like, you got to be bored. You're not going to do the thing that you want to do unless you isolate yourself from the distractions. Like, I mean, mom's right. It's the damn phone. But also, when you're drawing and it's not a habit yet, it's because it takes conscious thought. And you have a lot on your plate as an engineering student. Like, it's not a matter of laziness. It's a matter of pure expendable willpower. You spend your day thinking. Therefore, on your downtime, it's very difficult to convince yourself to do more thinking. And that's what drawing is, right? So I think it's just part of it's the circumstance. Absolutely. I mean, any hobby can be improved by putting your phone away. So I think that's just a catch-all rule. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to be dogmatic with this. I don't know what specific things are happening in your life or what goals you have for art. So I can't say, like, I can't just give you oh, well, this is why you're not drawing. But if you wanted to draw more, I would say have a clear why. Decide why it's important for you to draw. I think if you don't know, you will be subject to the whims of your desires at that day. So yeah, that's all I've got to say about that. Check out rotoscoping and transform the way I make things. How long do you have to wait for your book email? I've been waiting for 1 to 2 weeks. Bro, it should send out. I don't know why. I'm not tech savvy. This is really like a low key pissing me off because the kit stuff is weird. I've been trying to figure it out. It's weird. But you should have. I fixed it today, I think. So if you didn't get it, I would go back to brokendraw.com, do it one more time, see if it works. See, we need AI to cook so I have more time to draw, not the other way around. This is a joke. I hope the chefs don't throw me into the next soup. I mean, I've been using ChatGPT to help me come up with my recipe. No lie. I mean, I don't know. I mean, people would hate that. I think it could be controversial to say I use ChatGPT. Although, fun fact, 2 billion people use it a week. It is like now a quarter of the globe. And for good reason. It is very helpful. It is very high water consumptive, but, you know. Anywho. Yeah, I'd be solving some problems. I can't lie. And yeah, the truth is you do need to save time. And if it saves you time, maybe it's worth it. Now the government is stealing all of, not the government, just like big AI is taking all the information you're giving it, and it will eventually, I don't know. Now I'm saying all this having just read 1984. I guess I didn't learn my lesson at all, but I am telling AI pretty much every circumstance of my life. I'm like, I am 22 and I have this and this and this in my fridge, and I have this and this and this amount of money to budget for food. And I'm giving them just straight. At this point, I don't think it would be a stretch for them to get my SIN number. Yeah, AI is learning a lot about us. And I mean, that would just make, the reason it's valued so highly is because, for a plethora of reasons, but like one of the main reasons is that it's just a really good advertising thing. Like eventually they're going to put ads on it, and then they have so much information. They know how to target us so well that they can sell to big ad companies, and like they'll be very effective. Everyone just sells ads, bro. It's all ads. I don't know. It's ads all the way up. And you would think that ads just don't work that well, but apparently they do. They're good enough that like all of the big company valuations come from the fact that they sell ads pretty much. Like Google, Meta, their valuations are on the fact that they can advertise to billions of people. Which is, yeah, it's like, because I don't know. I don't buy stuff when I see them on ads. I don't feel like I really do, but maybe I do. Maybe I'm more of a cog than I think I am. I'm just a number, dude. How do you study proportion with people and objects together, the people and vehicles or next to? You start drawing more connected scenes. Some of this, when we say how do you study it, it's you draw it. Like what's the difference between studying something and literally just drawing it more? If you want to draw more people and more scenes, you draw more people together in more scenes. The thing is, drawing is not easy, but it is simple. It is like very simple. You draw what's there. And you, like, yeah, it's a simple craft. It's just, I mean, chess is a simple game too. It's just not very easy. Some things aren't complicated, they're just hard. I think drawing fits that definition. Thanks for the advice. I don't know, did I give you advice or someone else? You got it, friend. Yeah, someone else. If you're not feeling it, don't do it. Do you use any website for your visual library then, or mostly from live observation? When I'm studying animals, it's mostly websites, but you will learn so much more when you observe it in real life. I'll say that much. It sticks around way more when you see it in person. I learned the most drawing animals from live. Yeah, I would always recommend, partly because I think you remember more when other senses are involved. You are more aware of the reality of something when you're able to combine it with other senses. So when you can feel something and you can look at it, those are two receptors that are building your understanding of an object, so that when you draw it, you understand that. But you also memorize things when they fit in more slots of the brain. When you are looking at something and you can also hear stuff around it, and you know what the ground around it feels like, you can smell the air, it cements that thing more, in that study session more in your mind. Most of the times I drew in person, I can remember what that felt like, and I love it. Some of the happiest times in my life was drawing in person. I love that. Having a day where today you're just at the museum drawing. Amazing. I'm getting thirsty. I had water. I don't know where it went. I took it to the bathroom. If you're not drinking while you're peeing, then you're really doing something wrong. It's literally in the bathroom. I was kind of joking, but. Because here's the theory. If liquid's leaving you, you gotta fill that up right away, dude. You're just a big straw at the end of the day. I stole that joke from my girlfriend. I said I'd do it today. You're probably seeing the top of my head right now. Okay. Is this your full time? Or is there... People keep asking that. Should I add that as another thing on the bottom? This is my full time now. Something else I do along with content. I mean, I do teaching on the side. Like, before I full-timed YouTube, I was teaching with my university... with an entry program to get into my university, the university I went to. I do that still today, but mostly it's now YouTube, like YouTube ad revenue and sponsorships that help me keep the lights on. I hope to keep it that way because I kind of like working at home and being able to stream when I feel like streaming, and it's kind of a blessing. So thank you guys all for watching. You guys are the reason I get to do this, especially the people who watch lives. Like I can't believe there's 100 people watching me yap about MGK and AI. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are goats. You guys are my favorite. Yeah, thank you for letting me do this. And it's a blessing to have the privilege to do this. So thank you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm streaming because. Oh, wait, you're right. I am using my right arm on stream, but it's the left arm on the camera. How does that work? Oh, the camera flips it for some reason? Oh, no. The camera's pointed at me, so it... How does this work? Well, yeah, the camera's mirrored. It's like pointing... I don't know. You got my brain confused with that one. I tried to rationalize it, but nope. Don't know. I don't know. Sometimes you just don't know. And I'm not going to pretend that any longer that I had any clue how this works. It doesn't. I absolutely. Hey bro, can you give some artist who use 2D construction? Can you give some artist who uses 2D construction instead of 3D so I learn what I need and study them? I don't know artists who use 2D construction instead of 3D. In my view, that's like when people say, draw an owl, start with a circle. I don't know. 3D is the way. I can't lie to you. How fast can you finish a piece? It depends how good the piece is. I can finish a really bad piece in 2 seconds. I wouldn't even call this, it's just drawing, like I could call this done right now if I wanted to. It's just, I'm having fun. And I've been learning to commit with it even though it doesn't look good. You'll find out that a drawing from imagination is larger than the sum of its parts. None of these are very good drawings in themselves. Maybe this car is the exception. I like the car. All of these are pretty mediocre. It's just that when you put them all in the mass, the average score of the piece elevates, right? It's because depth is a factor of aesthetic, and we're establishing depth by adding more and more characters and items into the piece. So, what was I talking about? What was I talking about? I have no clue how I got here. I totally forgot. What was I reading? I don't know. Oh yeah, how long does it take you to finish a piece? That was my answer. I'm fried, dude. I have no clue what's happening. Cars are fun to draw. They are. Your art already looks like Kim Jung Gi. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it is kind of weird to be getting to a place where my art is good. Like, good is subjective, but like 5 years ago, I remember hoping to get into university and failing. I still hadn't failed 2 times at that point. But it's just true that consistency will make you better. And it used to feel so far away and so impossible to get better. Even though I drew a lot and I didn't know other people who drew more than me, but I just wasn't really very good. And I'm not very good now. I'm not a professional by any means, but I'm aware enough to know that I'm good enough that I can, I think it's a corny way to be arrogant to say, oh, I don't know. I barely know. It's like, I know enough that I can teach people who are not professionals and I have something valuable I can share. But yeah, I guess I haven't. I remember all the way through high school, I was never really good at anything. Like, again, I'm not trying to tell a sob story here. It's like I never won an award for best student in XYZ. And it just didn't feel like that was, I guess I always thought it was possible, but it just, yeah, it took so long to get to a stage where it's like, oh my God, I can actually like draw relatively well. And that's something that I want to encourage in everyone who's watching this probably has that same desire to like stick with it until you're at a stage where you're like, wow, I can actually broken draw. Um, anyway, I forgot how I got here, but yeah, I just want to say it feels, I'm so grateful for that. Grateful that you guys are watching, and yeah, it's kind of cool. It's just it's weird that time goes on and you will inevitably get better if you keep doing it. This is the only thing I've ever done that I know that to be true. I've given up on a lot of stuff. Like I give up going to the gym, I give up learning piano, I give up tons of stuff. I gave up many sports, I gave up many like hobbies, I gave up a lot of things I thought that was gonna be my thing. I gave up because I think you need a lot. It's like 5 years of solid work before anything that you want to be your thing proves itself to be worth being your thing, or you know, being better than average at a thing does not come quickly. It can't. So I guess what I'm saying is like, stick to it and you will see results that you're like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Doesn't the pen ink get on your hands? No, this dries super quick. So look, I'll show you. So if I put the ink down, already pretty dry. It dries right away. I don't know what kind of ink this is, but it's kind of like magical. Where did the name Broken Draw come from? Just this, I realized the phrase broken draw, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. How long have you been taking drawing seriously? I've been drawing for a while now, but only started taking it seriously 3 months ago. I started taking drawing seriously probably like 3 years ago. Am I still in frame properly? Yeah. What do I want to do? What do I want to draw here? Maybe I want to what do I want to do? Good question. Why is this car taking up the whole road? What a bad driver. This dude has no decorum. All right, let's see some. Are you an only child? Why am I thinking about it? No, I'm not an only child. I'm a younger brother. I have one older brother. Do you plan before you do a drawing like this, or do you just start with a general idea and wing it? No, you'll see if we begin. It's just I started here. Part of it, the fun is to see what happens when you just start and wing it. Where did the name Broken Draw? I feel you, man. Never also been in the best in something. Yeah, man. It's tough. Broken Draw mentioned yet again. Do I hear? It's really crazy that on this channel, the name of the channel pops up. Why is it that I see you reach this level, but others not reach half your level in 9 years? 9 years of consistent drawing. Because what I'm practicing is a very specific skill, and I would guess that other people who have drawn for 9 years have invested their time and energy into maybe other things slightly. Like I could not paint for the life of me. I can paint somewhat, but not nearly to the level. Like I'm not a painter. I'm not a background designer. I'm not a designer in any sense. There's just a lot of skills that I haven't cultivated because this is the skill I've been focusing on. That's pretty much the biggest variable, is how narrow has your domain of study been. Another variable that's a bit less reliably quantified would be, I guess, the discussion of like intuition or talent. Like what am I found maybe this is something I'm naturally inclined to. The reason it's a dubious thing to be saying is it's pretty hard to verify. Like, how are you supposed to the question of talent is a pointless one. Like, okay, say you have talent, so what? You still have to do it often to succeed. Say you don't have talent, so what? You still have to do it to succeed. Hold on, is this? No way. Wait. Is this really Rembert Montalde? Because I'm gonna poop my pants here. Got a channel. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god. Hi, Rembert. This is an honor to have you in the chat. Holy crap. Okay, well guys, we need to take a moment of silence here. Oh my god. Amazing. Rembert. Thank you. Guys, we gotta see. Rembert's in the chat, so we gotta see. That's his book. Figure it out. Go get it. And also, he drew this for me in Lightbox. So, actually, let's get it up here. Boom. Rembert Montalde, everybody. I mean, living legend. Literally a living legend right here. Holy crap. No, Rembert, you're amazing. My God. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, everybody lock in. Holy. I didn't realize at the time. Wow. Okay. Jeez. Rembert, are you doing live streams on... I know you did a live stream for Proco recently, but do you do live streams on your own channel? Bro, I always get nervous when real pros come here. I feel like an imposter. Christian tells me to do it, but I don't have the proper setup. Oh yeah, I guess the videos were in the Proco studio then. He will set up something for me, I think, at the end of the month. Nice. I recently got a setup. I have an overhead camera rig. Just recently got that. Otherwise, yeah, I used to not stream as often. Wait, that's actually him? Yeah, it is actually him. That's crazy. I'm going there this weekend to record a second course. Oh, amazing. Oh, awesome. We're going outdoors and I'll do some demos. Wow. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked it out, Rembert's got a course on sketching, I think general sketching techniques on Proco, just released, and he's doing the workshop right now. Holy, my socks have been blown off, guys. Okay. Let's see, where's this at? Oh God, I'm nervous now. It's no stress. We just keep drawing. Okay. Hey Broken Draw, these streams along with your regular are great, and I love to draw along with you in these streams. Just one question, do you do these streams weekly? I will be doing these streams weekly coming up. Now, I did one on Sunday and it's currently Wednesday, and this is sort of just a bonus stream, but I will be doing more regular streams for sure. Yeah, I want to do more regular streams. I don't know. It's been a lot of fun, partly because I live alone and the sound of my own, well, I guess my own voice I still hear on stream, but it gets like dreadfully silent after I can do about 3 days of being by myself and not seeing the outside world. But then on that 4th day, it's just too much. So I figured if I'm gonna be alone drawing, I might as well do it with you guys. Some of it that I started doing this Christmas was drawing more architecture, and I think that's been probably one of one of the happiest decisions, or the ones I'm most happy I made, because really adds that dimension to your work, that scale, that sense of believability. And I didn't realize that it's only really hard in the beginning when nothing makes sense and you're brand new to it, but you don't have to be inside to practice. Some of my favorite drawings I did are outdoor: planes, Ubers, trains, buses. No, I definitely agree. Right now, I mean, traveling, absolutely, but I wish I could draw outside more now. It's just that it's so cold. I mean, you're actually no, if you're in LA, then I guess it's still feasible to draw outside, but it's snowing where I'm at, and so for the time being, I have to be inside. But cafes have been my respite. Do you structure your daily practices? Recently, not. Partly, I've been focusing a lot on building out a workshop, and I actually haven't been drawing as much as I'd like. Like, this is the first time I'm drawing today, aside from trying to like figure stuff out for the workshop. So my structure is kind of getting on live. I didn't realize, like, some of the only times I'm drawing without putting on like a YouTube video is on live, right? And I think the reason I get some of my best drawings have been on live or when I'm recording, and it's because I'm expending more mental energy. Well, I'm focusing it more purely on drawing. It's kind of a shame that our like generation specifically has started multitasking on YouTube and everything. Maybe I'm projecting. I do that a lot. But when I'm traveling, I don't do that as often. So I think Rembert's right about getting out of your house to draw sometimes, because like if you're drawing outside, then you don't really like the hubbub of the outdoors. And maybe if you're in a cafe, you can kind of listen to people, and that ambient noise is what you listen to as you draw, and you can get a sense of the place. But at home, I think it's my habit to just put on a YouTube video or something. Hey, any tips or things you do to grow an art channel? Oh, banger question. To grow an art channel, the main thing has been clearly for me learning in building the channel is understanding why people watch. Like, people don't watch because every person is innately selfish. And that, I'm not saying you guys are selfish people. I'm saying people watch for a reason. They don't just go, oh, I'm going to support this person by giving them my attention. Your attention is like your most valuable thing. So people watch because you help them in some way. And the only way I know how is education. Education is a deep need. People need to solve a problem, and if you can help them solve the problem, you can guarantee that some people are going to watch that, right? Entertainment, on the other hand, is really hard because the need you're solving isn't a real burning need, and it's also hard to quantify the value of entertainment, right? That's why trying to be an entertainer is one of the hardest things to do on YouTube, whereas trying to solve a problem, if you're really good at something, you can just systemize that knowledge, break it down, and help people develop their skill in it. And that's pretty, I mean, it's not foolproof, but it's one of the most reliable ways to grow a YouTube audience. I mean, that's why you see lots of artists become teachers, because teaching is a reliable way to help people. You're really good at drawing and talking at the same time. I'm not good at that. Oh, shoot. Thanks, Rembert. I don't know. When I start drawing, I end up being quiet. And then when I'm talking, Peter Hahn's crazy at that. I remember Kim Jung Gi could just off the top do that. But I mean, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to split your attention. Split your attention like that. What else? What are we doing here? I guess the building's got to wrap back this way. Oh, thank you, Mr. M Creeper 88. Wow, you're a legend. I ate that baby. Well, for $10, you have bought my loyalty, and I think it's, that baby probably had it coming. What's an art course or art resource that has helped you the most? Art course or resource that has helped me the most. Athoro's mentorship with me changed. I mean, Athoro's, since I took that mentorship with him, has become like a great friend of mine. So Athoro's, it's like gobsmackingly knowledgeable about drawing. Like, he's really, he's just really, the way he thinks about it just clicks with my brain. So he's been a fantastic teacher. Everything he does just seems to have such a, I don't know, he just thinks right. So he's been one of the biggest helpful resources for me as of late. What other courses have I haven't actually taken many courses. I took two courses last year, mentorships, and I took them with Zeph Draws and Athoro. Those guys both really, I learned a lot from them. I mean, Proko's works and Proko's videos, I mean, by far for learning to draw from imagination, it has been the free videos that people like Jaegwang Park, Super Annie Team, Rembert, Montal, they all have videos on Proco that are education that you would get from a course. Like, that's the level of knowledge they're giving away for free on Proco. So of course you gotta like just check out the free resources that are available. There's so much crazy amounts of good stuff out here. So I don't know. Thor's great. I agree. His challenge for the two has been very helpful for me to learn how to draw. Yeah, his stuff's really great. I have an upcoming exam where I essentially have to make a composition on NA4. I don't know, A4? Just using pencils. Would you have any advice? Composition advice? No, I don't know. Can't believe you got Rembert on your stream. What an accomplishment. Goddamn, that's sick. Yeah, isn't it? Hey, Vicky. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Although I don't want to laud it too much. I feel like I know with artists it must sometimes be weird being revered as like a celebrity. Like you're just like trying to enjoy watching a video and you keep getting called out. Keep it up. I gotta go. Hope to catch you again streaming. I'm like everyone else here trying to get better. Yes. Well, thank you, Rembert. It's been an honor. Have a great rest of your afternoon, I think. Thanks for coming. Absolutely. Thank you for the book. I've been referencing it all the time. Thank you, guys. Say goodbye to a legend. Okay, what now? Sort of cooked the... Have fun, will do. Thank you. Peace. Maria, we have in this conversation on YouTube Live. It's like a 30-minute exam on A4 sheet. 30-minute exam with compositions. I don't know, man. I don't know compositions all too well. I can't lie to you. Yeah, if I knew any more about compositions, but first Kim Jung Gi stream has the Proco join. Second Kim Jung Gi stream has Rembert join. Wow, apparently they're like, I'm getting infinity rings of these legends. Holy crap. I don't know. We will be better in 2026. Broken draw. Dude, I'm actually like, I'm gonna poop my pants. That's crazy. I get so nervous when they're in the chat. I don't understand. Like, I'm like, bro, what am I doing? I'm talking about random stuff, and then it's like you talk about how to draw. Imagine you're talking about how to play tennis, and Roger Federer is just listening, and you're like, why am I talking? It's yeah, but it's exciting. Holy crap. Weird. Blessing, bro. Blessing for real. Man, no, I met Rembert in the man himself, bro. I met Rembert at Lightbox, and he was amazing. Like he was drawing the whole time, man. This dude doesn't stop, just drawing after drawing, inspirational. Crazy work. I mean, and you look through his sketchbook, it's the book doesn't really do it justice. Like I understood this with Kim Jung Gi's work too when I went to the museum and I saw his work in person, and it's like when it's published in a book, you go, oh yeah, he drew this, cool. But when you see it in an actual moleskin and you actually see the crisp quality of the books, you realize it's not at all edited. It's not like, it is just right there. He just sat there and made it right in the moment. And you get to watch Rembert cook up these drawings and you're like, what? There are levels to this thing, man. Yeah, we got legends. Legends in the making, man. And the thing is, it takes, Rembert said he drew for 10 years. 10 years, man. That's a long time, but that's not forever. You could do that 8 times in your life and still have a couple of years if you probably jog twice a week or something. But like, wow. Legend. Oh, great job, man. It's awesome to see you improve. Yes, I didn't see that. Wow. Took 10 for me. Like I said before, it took 10, so don't stress. Holy crap. I didn't realize that was a real Rembert. Amazing. Okay. Hey, Big T. I like that. Anybody who wants to talk to me now, I'm only responding to Big T. How do you recommend beginner artists come up with ideas? I don't necessarily recommend beginner artists to come up with ideas. It's like, I guess I would contend with that question as in, I don't come up with ideas for what to draw. You just draw. And the thing is, you don't need ideas to draw. You just draw. Draw what you know. Draw whatever comes to mind. It doesn't matter. The ideas make themselves. You need to just focus on drawing one thing. Draw a box. And then, draw a box. See? Sometimes good names are the ones that just accidentally come up. I just started a stream called Road to Broken Draw. Lol, you're awesome. We'll see how you see him. We see you how you see him. No, stop. Hey, Broken Draw. So we're talking about a design school entrance exam, which asks math questions and you know what? You're going to a smart ass school that I have no idea about because I don't know. Unprocessed Kim sketches are legendary artifacts. They should be priceless. Yeah, I wonder if people have his drawings. I guess some people do, but what tips do you have for a beginner who wants to become good? Oh, hold on. I got to finish the second question of James Renner because he said Big T. So Big T gets priority. Are there any decently, ideally free courses that complement Drawbox or teach other fundamentals? Free courses. The free courses are just YouTube videos. That's what a course essentially is. Courses just give you feedback and homework. There are so many YouTube videos that give you legendary. Here, let me do this. I have a hidden YouTube, legendary YouTube playlist of 10 videos. I sent it out on an email list a few weeks ago. But you want the juice, you get the juice. So, here. Free art school. Get shareable link. Here. These are the videos you should watch if you want to learn how to draw. That's my. What tips do you have for a beginner who wants to become good? Draw more. And define what good means. That's probably more important. Define what good means to you, because if you don't, you'll just be flailing around, man. You got to know what good means to you so you can know when you've hit it. You can know when you're off course. If you don't, what are you even doing, bro? Makes a playlist of recommended videos and puts his own video in it. You gotta do that, bro. You gotta incept them. Bro's camera froze at the best frame possible. No! Oh my god. Bro, why? What is going on? No. Say it ain't so. Okay, well, if it's frozen, I'm gonna have to do this, right? I'm gonna have to do this. Boom! And then this, boom! Oh, my head. Ew. I wanted to scare you guys, but then you just... I guess I wanted to jump scare you guys, but so I was gonna do this. But I ended up jump scaring you with my hair follicles. That was kind of gross. Don't pause that. Don't pause that. Don't clip it. Don't look at it. That's weird. Hope I don't have dandruff. Just popping in to say, I've absolutely fallen in love with the minimalist drawing plan, and it broke me out of a 1 week no drawing plan. Let's go. Yes. Too late. Ugh. Oh no. Thank you for the playlist gold. I don't know why this camera decides to focus so clearly, bro. You could probably see like beneath my skin or something with this. Ooh, look at that. Whoa. 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 Okay. All right. What are we drawing? What's going on here? I gotta tell my mom. Rembert joined the chat. This is crazy. I can see all the ink you've absorbed through the years. Good luck into your art journey. Yes. Takamatsuroka or Takamatsuroka. Point is, good luck. Is it Takamatsuroka or Takama? I don't know. Sorry if I did not cook with that one. Big T, do you like Street Fighter? I can't say I can't say I do. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I definitely don't. Oh. Huh. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I definitely don't like it. The English language is weird sometimes because that means something. Like that sentence makes sense. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I don't like it. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I don't like it. Does that make sense? Or am I just like sleep deprived? Because that sounds like it makes sense to me. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but I don't like it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Big T, what are your artistic goals for the future? Make a sketchbook and people want it on their bookshelves. Yeah, that is the goal. I think I'm many years yet to achieve such a thing, but in the meantime, that would be cool. I like books, man. I want to write books. I want to make books. I want to read books. I like books. Books are awesome. I've always had books have a special place in my heart and my wallet. I think I've spent like $400 on books in the last 2 months. What do you think is the most important skill? The ability to adapt or the meta skill of learning how to learn? Big T used to mean the brain rot meme. Oh, that's crazy. Take it back. Do a kickflip. I don't know how. I know how to do an ollie. Are you a sci-fi / fantasy reader? Dude, I wish I was a fantasy reader. I wish I was a fantasy reader. I wish I liked fantasy, but every time I start Lord of the Rings, I don't finish it. Although I do like Lord of the Rings. I do love the vibe. Let's actually try to draw a wizard here. Let's see if I can't. Man, why'd I do that? I'm not going to be able to show the wizard's face. Not unless I do some... No, there's just no way. Oh, I guess I don't have to have the wizard, like, wear the hat. I mean, I could draw whatever I want. What am I talking about? I'm acting like I don't choose how the drawing looks. What do you mean there's no way? Bro, you made the drawing. Make it away. What are you talking about? Sorry, I just got... Like, what? What do you mean there's no way? There's a way. Kind of... What was that? L take. I just ratioed myself. I L take ratioed myself. There's no way. What do you mean there's no way? There's no way. You can make the wizard falling in his hat behind. Boom! See? Now we got thinkers in the chat. Now we get some AAA minds in the chat. And we find ways, okay? Because you're right. I think that's what I'm doing. The hat's falling. Duh. Come on, Tyrion. What are you doing, dog? Peculiar. Peculiar. Plus, from Wizard Cap, there is alien. I don't know what that means. Oh, from outside the Wizard Cap, there's an alien. The nose is big and has a big mole in it. How interesting. I think that's quite a story you've crafted, my friend. I second that. Berserk's art is insane. I third that. And the nose is big and nose is mole in it. Please draw a baddie in this. Please draw a baddie in this now. Please. I try. I can't draw baddies, dude. I can't. It's like, it's... Actually, someone asked earlier, what skill do you wish you had? If I could just draw one baddie. Just one. I think that's the goal. Draw a baddie. I think you can learn a thing or two from Thor's last video. Yeah, you're right. I could. I was watching it. To be honest, I didn't finish it, but I definitely should. I'm gonna head out and draw some more portraits. Heck yeah. Catch you later, dude. Happy drawing, bro. Catch you later, Viggy. Rembert Montal changed his style too. He draws same like this. Oh yeah, Rembert Montal's a huge influence on my style. You don't see it on the ink drawings, but when it comes to rendering like faces and stuff, like that is, what is this? Is there anything here that you guys shouldn't, oh, is there anything here that you guys shouldn't read? Nah. That is like Rembert Montal's style for sure. He, like, I reference his work to figure out how to, like, yeah, this Rembert Montal-esque for sure. Rembert Montal's probably like my second biggest influence, besides Kim Jung Gi. Is trying to redraw a study you just did, but from imagination, the best way to learn from draw? No, the best way to learn to draw from imagination is to draw from imagination. Like, there's no, like, you can't evade the drawing from imagination part, but I think we often try to. Like, at some point, you just gotta do it more. Like, do this, do exactly what I'm doing now, and just do it to the level that you can. But the best way to do it is to do it. Now I know, it sucks because I don't want to be, I remember when I first learned perspective, or was trying to learn perspective, that was so hard. And I remember watching videos and listening to how people explained it, and I'm like, these guys understand perspective and they're explaining it from the perspective of someone who knows perspective already. But I don't get what they mean by horizon line. And they'll be like, that's where your eye is. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? That doesn't make sense. And oh, my camera froze again. And now, wow, the stream just looks like I'm reading. The stream just looks like I'm just a literary dude. Wow. This dude's reading. Okay, I guess we gotta fix this again. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go pee again. I've been drinking water, bro. Water has been being drunk. Draw a smartphone from which apps are popping out. How do I pick out what socks to wear in the morning? Now that's the real question. It's like, I want to be an expert sock picker, but like, where do I start? So there's generally two schools of thought with this. And now the highly contentious naturalist school would have you think that the socks you pick out are the socks that you want, are the socks that you pick in the moment. But that's highly debatable and recently has been heavily criticized by some of the leading thinkers in this field. For example, J.D. Weber has pointed out that one cannot make the best decisions in a state of in a fugue state, is what he calls it. And that's the state that every working class American, Canadian, what have you, is when they wake up. And so how can you make the best decisions to pick your socks when you can't even make good decisions yet? So that leads us to the second school of thought, which is you pick out the socks the night before. Now, this is more your Marie Kondo minimalist infused school of thought, but this has been rising in popular culture recently. Anyway, someone edit an American flag behind. Damn right. Our damn country. Christian also said his camera kept bugging out the same way, so maybe this is a secret to getting good. Maybe. Patriotic music plays. Hey chat, hey streamer. Any advice on how to break away from old habits of drawing with flat symbols instead of 3D forms? silhouette drawing exercises. It is 12:33 here in Colombia, and I'll be drawing all the night. That is so awesome. It's the same. It's 12:33 in Colombia and it's 12:33 in Canada, huh? I didn't know Colombia and Canada were in the same time zone. Is it bad that I have no interest in working with color? Nah, bro. Keep it OG. Keep it black and white. I said I was gonna pee, but I guess I'm preparing a little bit more. Then I'll be really full. Oh yeah, I'm ready. BRB. Boom. Zip in and out. Dog gray pop. Anybody have questions on art stuff? I'm going to take a... Well, I guess I'm not going to take a break if there's no questions, but if anybody's got questions, feel free to ask. How to reach this level? I thought I'm stuck already. I don't know what that means. Is it bad that I don't interest? Color is overrated. Time this piss. I think that was pretty quick. Probably like top 3 times. I mean, I can construct the body with 3D. I can construct the body with 3D and then draw a straight flat face or clothes on top of that form, which screws the entire drawing. Ah, my friend, it sounds like you need to do volume mapping. How can I practice cylinders? See, I feel like I'm getting out of touch because with the question, like, how do I practice cylinders in perspective? It's kind of like you got to draw cylinders in perspective, right? I don't know. But the thing, okay, we're going to do scaffolding. Scaffolding is breaking down every possible skill into its smallest composite parts and then building up from the beginning. So how do you practice cylinders? Well, what is there to practice when it comes to a cylinder? So cylinder is let me zoom this. Look at that, look at the desk. Whoa, we got all this. Isn't that cool? This is actually, sorry, I got distracted. This is just a desk mat, you see. But it reduces the glare because I hated this. You see the glare, you can see the fingerprints. But then, bum, no shine, just fine. Anyway, here. So, what is there to practice when it comes to a cylinder? Well, a cylinder is relatively simple. It has one face, and then a second face, right? And then 2 lines that connect at the widest parts of the face, or I guess throughout the face. You could think of it as like little panels that connect to wrap all around. What are the things we need to know? Well, you need to know why one face might be thin while the other face could be wider, right? Why does that happen? Right? Like this. And you might see this here as well. Let's say we have one face like this, and then we have one broader face. Why does this happen? Well, because contour lines radiate outward, but where do they radiate out from? They radiate from a vanishing point. Now, what a vanishing point is, in this case, it represents the center of our vision. So there's like wherever you look somewhere, there's a center line to your vision, given that we look from a certain point. So I'll show you this. Look at the center line here. Look at the camera up here. Let me actually make this bigger. Boom. Oh, don't want to do that. And then, so you can spot where the camera is by seeing. So the thesis here is that this roll of tape is facing the camera. You will know where the camera is when this tape no longer reveals any side. Boom, there. You don't see the front, you don't see the side anymore. What that means is if I pulled this straight forward, like this, without turning it, it would hit the camera. And that's because when an object is directly in front of you, you don't see the left or right of it, you see just you're flush with the side of it, like this. But a cylinder, to learn how to draw a cylinder, you have to understand that when it turns away from the camera, look at it reveals itself. It reveals the plane. And look at this. You see way more curve here than you do here or here. Now the opposite happens. When you move to this side, you're seeing that side of it rather than this side of it. So the point is you have to understand why ellipses gradually become wider. It's however wide, like you see it gets wider here and it's thin here. So what's happening is that, and we know basic perspective theory says that you have a center point, right? Let's say vanishing point, whatever. Don't worry too much about that. Point is there's a point, and if you were to draw an ellipse that was this far off of the center, it would look like this. But if you were to take the same ellipse and draw it way further out, you could see what might happen. It would be way wider. Now, if we connect these, we have our cylinder, right? So then, to draw a cylinder, you need to draw ellipses correctly. Now, how do you draw ellipses correctly? You trace them back to a vanishing point. Now, is that the only thing you need to do to draw ellipses well? No, you need to be able to construct them accurately. And the way to do that, because an ellipse is a circle in perspective, and a circle has a very limiting property. It is symmetrical across every axis possible. A circle is the most consistent shape you can create, right? It's a circle. So in order to draw this accurately, you need to know that it actually has some patterns that it must adhere to, very strict ones. One thing you might notice is that a circle touches a perfect square at 4 points, and these points also happen to be the exact middle to the square, right? The exact midpoint of a square touches the circle. Why does this matter? Because we can know how to draw a perfect circle in perspective by drawing a square in perspective and then mapping it to the square. Now, why would we pick a square? Well, because a square is much easier to freehand, right? Like I can draw a square pretty easily. It's 4 straight lines. But a circle in perspective is a very specific shape and it's very easy to get wrong. That's probably not even correct. So what do? You first change the square in perspective, and then you figure out how to find the 4 midpoints of the square. And in this case, what you do is you draw an X. Why an X? Because an X reveals the absolute middle of the square, 1 point that's in the middle. And that middle point means it's the middle of the horizontal axis, but the middle also of the vertical axis. And by doing so, you will find yourself your midpoints. And by creating the midpoints, you now have the 4 points that your circle must touch. And then all you have to do is now create the curvature of 4 individual parts that will create the ellipse of the whole. So the question is, how do you practice ellipses? How do you practice cylinders? You first understand what makes a cylinder. Then you break it down into 4 parts, or a couple parts, which is learning to draw ellipses, and then learning to add the lines to them, and then learning to create those ellipses properly by putting them in squares. And you can do like a box like this, and you can correspond that to the square like that. All right, except imagine that I did that measuring technique I just showed you. Those are the individual parts of a cylinder. And then to really get comfortable with it, this isn't enough. Then to really get comfortable with it, you have to just make a bunch of them and practice until the shape of what it's supposed to look like becomes ingrained in you. Practice until you're able to say you want to tilt this over, so then you start pushing it to the side. Practice until you can animate it comfortably, and that's when you know you are good enough at cylinders that you don't really have to expend much thought to it, right? Like you want to be good at cylinders enough that you can just imagine them rotating around and you don't really have to, like I can do this while I talk. I can't draw from imagination really, but I like this doesn't take too much like cognitive power anymore, but you can turn them other ways too. This is partly because last week I drew like 500 cylinders. So just for context, like I've long since understood how to draw a cylinder, but that doesn't mean that it's really natural to me. I'm only able to do that because look, like recently, this is in the last 2 weeks. This is in the last 3 days actually. But if you go earlier, like there's a lot of boxes and cylinders, man. So you practice those. Yeah, cylinders, lots of cylinders. So yeah, draw a lot of cylinders. That's usually how it goes. Yes, I also like to call this neutral position of a form in relation to the observer, like when you move an object around your head into, yes, so Roger, who's helped me a lot with perspective, calls it neutral position, where it is, I'm assuming, I didn't see this earlier, but neutral position is like the center point, right? Oh, he means like this, I assume. Neutral position is this, right in the center, not left, right, up, or down. Because when you move it up, well, let's take this. When you move it up, you start seeing the bottom plane. When you move it down, you start seeing the top plane. In neutral position, you don't see much of anything because it's, are you still live? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's see some comments. I was on a rant. Canada exists? Let that simmer. Is it bad that I have no interest? Blah, blah, blah. Do you draw in perspective lines in your head and go from there? Kind of like I showed with here. Eventually, you draw so many perspective lines that you can intuit them and kind of imagine, because it's a pattern. All you're learning is a pattern. For example, do you memorize music lyrics by studying your song on paper until you've memorized it and then you recite it? Or do you just listen to the song so often that you naturally know what words are coming up next? That's the same with perspective. At least I would equate it that way from my experience. It's like, I'm not thinking about it any more than more like an expectation. I know where things are supposed to go because there's only one pattern. Perspective has one pattern. And we have equated 1, 2, 3, 5 point, like they're all different. They're not different. They're all one pattern, just taken to varying degrees. It's one spectrum. So all this, it's like right now I'm in what's 2-point perspective, right? But if I continued this out and I started doing this, you see it starts to move. What I guess this would be the central axis, right? Right. This is slightly wrong. It would be, well, the horizon line's right. The vanishing point, all these words. The center point of the scene is right here. So I end up getting 5-point perspective when I choose to continue my drawing past an axis of the center, right? So you'll see that if I do this and then I bring this up here, right, like this, and like objects will come closer to you. But what will happen when the object inevitably reaches right below the camera, like this, is that now you're gonna have to create a new dimension, and you're going to start getting by default a curvilinear look the more you draw out your scene, like this, right? You're going to have this, right? Boom, right? So I think we have very limited ideas of perspective when in reality they're all just connected. And I don't know, one of the worst ways that perspective is taught is literally in high school. They teach it to you like it doesn't exist in the world. Part of the course that the workshop I'm doing will be on explaining perspective like a normal eye could see rather than this weird like abstract notion. It's going to be a challenge because it is hard to not use very confusing language when it comes to it. But yeah, you see the point here, hopefully. But when drawing spheres, it's better to try and draw it in one stroke. I imagine magnets arranged to look like a sniper rifle. Oh, I'm drawing magnets arranged to look. I thought you said I'm imagining. I'm like, weird. It's probably better to draw a sphere in one stroke. I think so. Some people draw it in 2 strokes. I've seen, like they do this, right? So you split down the middle. I just do 1 stroke, generally. I was surprised. Oh, let me see some more. Do you draw perspective lines? There is probably a basic question. Do you have a particular approach into designing LC? No. When you're drawing, do you offer a light to the drawing and all, and do you actively try to not? Oh, I misread the question. Wow, I have a hard time reading. Do you notice your mind getting distracted by things not related to them, to the drawing at all? Do you actively try not to do that? Yeah, I get distracted all the time. Oh, really? Cool. Corvachung. Corvea. It's a cool name. Do you think that copying is bad when you want to learn how to draw from imagination? No, copying is not bad. You have to copy to draw from imagination, but you also have to draw from imagination to draw from imagination. Marshall Vandroff has really good lecture on ellipses. Marshall Vandroff's a legend. He was going to be in my my question series from Lightbox, but people are always talking to him, so it was hard to get a second. The cool about this is that add more dimension when we add crossing point from one side to the other. Yeah. Oh yeah, Roger was just talking about this. You add more dimension. You add more dimension when you add crossing points, yeah. "19-year-olds, I just started drawing. I wanted to be an animator, but no matter how many boxes I draw, they never look good. My drawings always look so disproportionate. What should I do?" Well, so here's the thing, ATDD. You just said you just started drawing. So my bet is that you just haven't drawn enough boxes. You need to draw more boxes, reference more boxes, and make sure, don't draw boxes if they're not matching up to the, like, draw this right now. Just take a screenshot and draw this exactly as it looks like on a new piece of paper. If you can't do that, and you don't have to do the whole thing, just take some other person's art and try to copy it. If you can't match it up, that means form is not your issue. Seeing shapes and copying lines is your issue. You can't draw if I write this or I draw this and you draw this. If this is what you see and this is what you draw, there is an issue that needs to be solved before you're able to comprehend form. And that issue is objective seeing. Now that's why I'm teaching this course on how to draw what you see, because this held me back until 8 months ago when Raf gave me until 8 months ago when I did that video on like silhouette drawing. Where do you usually start when drawing, like which body parts? The head. Oh, interesting. I couldn't tell if this already ended and this was a playback. Oh, interesting. I think it should show at the bottom, but I guess some people do replay it. I decided I want to take drawing seriously a long time ago, since I was like 14. When trying to use this box mannequin with referenced photos, I feel like I struggle to translate the perspective I'm seeing at the time. Any tips? I would draw over the image to figure that out. And then really, if you know where your horizon line is, in theory, there should be no reason you have a problem with perspective unless you just don't understand perspective that well. Just want to say you're a very good teacher, by the way, Broken Draw. You break down concepts, simplify them while also explaining the complexity of it to get as much info out without being too simple. Love that. Thank you. On a plane, arranging cubes all aligned side by side is easy. However, arranging rotated cubes on a plane is very difficult. Why? Again, probably because you don't understand the perspective of it, or you don't understand the theory of it. All that's happening when you're rotating a plane in perspective. And of course it's easier to draw all planes in the same direction because they're all going to one vanishing point. That's the easier thing to do. But when you're drawing, so for example, it's not very easy, but it's much easier to draw. The reason it's easier is because you're basically slicing up one large, like I could imagine one large plane like this and just slice it up 6 times, and then I'd have 6 boxes in perspective going in the same place. That's much easier to do than 6 boxes going to different places, because different places, different points, right? So imagine these are more properly drawn. But right, so this, why is this easier? Because these are all going to, let's say, somewhere here, right? Now, how to draw a rotated box. Let's say I want to draw a box that looks like it's in the same view, it's in the same scene, but it's now these ones are going this way, and maybe this one is going this way. It becomes harder, right, to get them in the same place. Why? Well, here's the thing. They will only be correct if the vanishing point goes to, now this one's wrong. If the vanishing points go to, if the vanishing points land on the horizon line. So here, this is rotated somewhere else, but let's see, bam. This one falls a bit short. But as we've mentioned, the more detail you add, the harder it is to tell. But the idea is that no matter, and this is my book, so just read the book and you'll see this. Like, if you want to draw boxes rotated in different perspectives, you just have to make sure that even though they're in different perspectives, they still fall to the same level of horizon line. So these are rotated in different perspective, I think. Maybe not, they're not, but well, here, these are falling to different levels of horizon. They should follow the same place, whatever. Are you still looking for a video editor? I don't know. I'm testing out some video editors right now. I haven't yet got back the test. Hello, Mohammed 305. I should go to bed soon, huh? It's almost 1. Damn. Time flies, damn. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? 3 hours? I didn't realize that. I just started drawing. How long does it realistically take to get good? I'm more of a musician. Depends how much you're drawing. Depends how much you're drawing. I mean, I would say you'll probably be good if you give it 10 years. If you wanted to give it 10 years, I would say that would be plenty of time to get good. But what does get good mean? You got to quantify that. It's like, I want to be happy. What would that mean? It's pretty tough to be happy when you can't define it, you know? Boja, let's see you drop Pikmin right now in the corner. I don't know. What is your virtue? I feel like you like philosophy. What is my virtue? I don't know what that means. I feel how to wrap the perspective is the real game changer for drawing from imagination. The ability to see space as a big chunk and just bend it. Yeah, I'm trying to put together some material about it. Oh, heck yeah. I'm excited to see what you put out, Roger. Wondering if you had a Discord channel for people learning to draw and improve together. I used to, and then I shut that down because I didn't like having to manage a Discord, to be honest. No, I'm not very social online, and it feels like a big tax on my mental to have to manage a chat, and people kept getting political on my chat and having arguments and just saying inappropriate things, and I'm like, I can't do this, man. I wasn't meant to administrate. I'm here to draw a dog. Let's see. Let's say some things. I'll be happy when I get good. I love that. So we're learning perspective right now, which is a good place to start. But however, you learned it how long it will take for you to learn the fundamental of art, and that goes. Wait, what? Bro, I know it's starting to get late when I really can't read. Realistically, it depends on what you're learning. How do you learn it? For anime character drawing, do we need to learn perspective? Yeah, I think so. So we're learning perspective right now, which is a good place to start. But however, you learn it is how long it will take for you to learn that fundamental of art. And this goes across the board. But for however you learned it, and how long did it take you to learn that fundamental of art? It took me I'm still learning perspective. I mean, you can watch my channel. It took me a few years, 2-3 years. You seem more introverted. I'm the same. I'm forgetting what I said that elicited that response, but I am introverted. Oh yeah, Discord. Yeah, I didn't like that. I don't like having to check on things. What is ArtWallet? It's search it up, artwallet.com. It's a learning platform. What pens do you most often use to learn to draw? You sound very social, Big T. You sound very social right now, Big T. Yeah, I can be social on my terms. I mean, this is 120 people are willing to watch me and talk about my art and my thoughts. This is relatively easy when people are going, hey, talk. But hate is a powerful word. I used to say that to my mom all the time. She'd be like, I hate when you do that. I'm like, Mom, hate is a strong word. I was really annoying. I need advice on making people look more fluid and less stiff. I'm really bad at that, actually, if you look at my work. It's all very like, ugh. But dynamism, just twist a limb or a direction away from the majority of them. Have a lot of contrast between the directions. For real though, this drawing is sick. You're closer to Kim Jung Gi than you think, at least from my point of view. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, when I would draw with you guys, part of what I really like drawing on stream, why I like drawing on stream is because for some reason I just draw better than I would otherwise. I think it's because I'm forced to stay around and just like keep doing it, even though otherwise I might have if I wasn't on stream, I would have just restarted when I drew this cat, to be honest. So you guys helped me draw better, so thank you. Thank you. Now, who thinks it was kind of crazy that Dumbledore had the Elder Wand and it wasn't like well known? I thought that Dumbledore having the Elder Wand would have been like a crazy, like, hello, how are you guys losing? Do you have a Discord server? No, I don't. Do you put product in your hair? No, except for this hair, like the root regenerating thing. My mom got it for me. Is this a Harry Potter spoiler? Not really, because it doesn't matter to the plot at all. That's my problem with it. Like, no, it has nothing really to do with the plot. Although, if you haven't watched Harry Potter at this point, I think it's fair game to talk about it. I mean, it's Harry Potter, bro. He just has the Elder Wand, and no one gives a hoot. No one gives a hoot or holler about it. Come on. What part of Kim Jung Gi's art inspired you the most? I don't know. He's a legend. His personality, his skill. Aw, and you help us draw better. What a wonderful relationship. Fizzy, CS. You still didn't answer this. Do you play CS? Is that why your name is CS, or is it something else? Yeah, I haven't seen the third movie, I think. It doesn't really matter. The Elder Wand pretty much has nothing to do with anything for a while, but... Oh, no. I don't know. IDK, he 8RW. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming. Guys, any good drawing communities on Discord? Elder Wand. Elder Wand? Hardly knew her. Good one. Oh, I meant something like specifically in his art style. The way he draws is really cool too. In his art style? I don't know. I like his ballpoint drawings a lot. I also like his ink drawings. I like where form is very evident. That's always cool to see. Dude's holding a wand like, hey, kids, come play, come play. Don't play with that man. That man has a wand that he wants to. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm not gonna keep talking about that. Thank you very much. So what's going on here? Maybe he's... Interesting choice, young lad. Well, he's got a watch on. He's got places to be, dude. I don't play CS. More of a Valorant guy. I like where your head's at, my friend. I'm more of a Valorant guy too these days. Although I do watch CS religiously. Do you play? I don't play Plants vs Zombies. I did the original. handing a small wand would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. How can I practice my fundamentals? Challenge 52. Someone told me when you develop a style, not only do you take inspiration from others, but you also gain a new perspective from trying out different methods of observing and drawing. What was it like for you? Yeah, you don't really develop a style. Develop a style. A style is the unconscious result of long hours of drawing. You have a handwriting style that you probably didn't try to develop. You just draw the way you do. You just write the way you do. Thanks for suggestions. Enjoy the broadcast. Greetings from Turkey. Hi from Turkey. I was there just a couple weeks ago. I actually drew. It's on this sketchbook, but I was in Turkey. Yeah, I was in Turkey a couple weeks ago. And then I was walking the streets at 5:30. And then some young boys about my age. Well, we got a weird conversation. I can't say it over the air, but they. You know what? Forget about that. For example, you can learn perspective by learning what a vanishing point is. Camera froze. You just look chill. Oh, damn. I do look like I'm just locked in. Wait, you guys need to tell me if my camera is too zoomed in, bro. I'm just drawing off screen. What is this? What is this? Man, I didn't know this drawing would take so long. The thing is, I'm not stopping until I finish my drawings because, wow, you're telling me you're gonna leave a drawing unfinished. And it's like, I gotta fill the page because, right? I mean, I don't know, because I gotta. What do you mean? Also, because I like this Road to Kim Jung Gi thing. I like this Road to Kim Jung Gi series we're doing. Thanks for coming, guys. I think it's pretty cool. So it would be awesome if every video had a full image made. And then people can watch it. People can, hang out, do their. That's how people hang out. They do this. Yeah. So I gotta finish. The point is, I can't leave this unfinished. No unfinished business, right? I'm going to read after, probably. What shampoo do you use? I have no clue. I think you're zoomed in. Finished is the entire canvas being covered in ink, right? Kind of, like until the whole scene feels like concluded. Bro, streamers, I mean, listen, they got some, I wouldn't say they're easy jobs, but people would love to be streamers. But I can't imagine having to be locked in for like 9 hours a day. That would be tough. That would be tough. I mean, you can tell I clearly have never worked like a hard labor job or like worked at McDonald's because I'm like, man, streaming must be hard. Working 8 hours watching TV, having to talk to an audience. Sorry, that was probably my worst take yet. See that as the night goes on, the takes get worse. I'm a streamer apologist. No, it's really hard to work like a full shift at a job you hate. And you have to because you're a working single parent of multiple children. So let me just set the record straight that Is my camera still... Bro, again? Even my camera's like, yo, dude, we gotta take a minute here. I had to pull the plug. Surprise. I think drawing is a labor job. I want to get paid for drawing hours and hours. Bro, drop passed out. I'm picturing a completely... Now that's finished. Oh, bro, I'm so productive in your... Bro, I'm so productive in your lives. The vibes are so chill. Awesome, Roger. Oh, shoot. Yo, if you guys want to post what you drew, post it on your story and tag me. That would be so cool. I would love to see it. Roger, for sure, show me what you drew. Love to see that. I once saw a guy streaming himself learning how to draw for 12 hours a day. That's crazy. Damn, a Kim Jung Gi of second on the making, eh? Do you guys think Kim Jung Gi is going to be remembered as fondly of the greats from hundreds of years ago, like Leonardo da Vinci and others? No, because Leonardo da Vinci is in like the highest echelons of fine art, and he is like, he's in galleries that Kim Jung Gi is not in. Unfortunately, drawing is not as highly revered as painting, so I think he'll be remembered forever. I don't think his notoriety is going to go anywhere. I just don't think he'll be like on this regarded by the layman as Leonardo da Vinci. Everybody knows Leonardo da Vinci. You don't have to. Leonardo da Vinci got movies made about him, many movies made about him. So, and Kim Jung Gi didn't cut off his ear. And wait, no, that's Van Gogh. What am I talking about? And Kim Jung Gi wasn't in The Wolf of Wall Street, but Leonardo da Vinci, he was, and he was the star of it. I guess I flipped it, you know. I was making a joke. Water. All right, let's finish this. Let's get this thing going. Whew. Okay, we got someone running through the sky, as they should. Kim Jung Gi will always... I don't think I will be alive to see someone draw better than Kim Jung Gi. Although, there's this idea of the 4-minute mile, right? People thought it was impossible to break until they found out it was possible. And then, year after... The mile hadn't been broken for like, I think 20 years. It was like a long-held record. And then someone broke it. They went under the 4-minute mile. And then like 2 years later, someone broke it again. And then someone broke it again. And then someone broke it again. Maybe Kim Jung Gi was the first person to prove a limiting belief false. And now there will be people that overcome him. Also because he sort of got like... He obviously got cut short, so it's unfair because maybe no one will be good at as good as him by 45, 47. But some people will have twice the time to do what he did. So I think within my lifetime, I will see someone in their 90s who can draw as good or better than Kim Jung Gi. But the question is, do people really want to do that? I don't know what more Kim Jung Gi could have done. It's not like he was bad at drawing anything. I don't know where else he could go except more drawing. So I don't know. Anyway, my yapping is stopping me from doing the art, and the art is what will get me to bed. So let's draw. For the sake of getting this piece done, I'm going to make this dude's head huge. Funny looking dude, this guy. Ah. He's running. But I still can't believe Rembert Montaldo's in the chat. Roger, I don't know if you were here, but Rembert Montaldo was in the chat, bro. Crazy work. Who is Kim Jung Gi, painter from Austria? That is crazy. I don't know. Hi, Idra NYC. Thank you. I want to go to a cafe tomorrow. I've been at home for days. Whoa, that's insane, bro. It's flying high. Yeah, it was crazy. What is the perspective of the drawing on the screen? I don't know. It kind of jumps around, but definitely somewhat 5-point. Yeah, if there's curve up and curve down. He's not using the reference. Did someone say it? He's not using reference. That's... Thanks, wife. Oh, but the WAP... No way people like the yapping. I guess. I mean, if you're watching... I guess the people who watch lives are not the same people who watch the... Like... I guess the people who watch the long-form videos aren't always the ones who watch live. But if you guys like the yapping, you don't gotta tell me twice. But I appreciate you guys. I mean, you're crazy. Thanks for joining the stream, my friends. You guys are chill as hell. Can't lie. Let's draw another house here. There's a Cybertruck in my neighbor's yard when I used to live in Toronto. It's crazy. I just felt like you guys had to know. Interesting. Very interesting. It never left the yard. I never saw it go anywhere. I'm like, bro, you just trying to show... Like, I live in a basement, dude. You don't need to flex on me. I get it. The real question is, oh, I did this wrong. Who cares? You can't reach. Yeah, you can't reach Kim Jung Gi's level without obsession for sure. I'm a fan of yours in Korea. I always enjoy looking at your work. Oh, thank you so much. How can I reach this level quickly and easily? My friend, I am too tired and angry and depressed to work hard. Shoot. I mean, I don't know if there's an... If it's quick, it won't be easy. And if it's easy, it won't be quick. If it was easy and quick, then it would be... Then this level wouldn't be impressive. You know what I mean? Like, I think part of the reason people are watching or like Kim Jung Gi's work or even this is that it's not easy. And it's not quick either, to be honest. Depends what your time scale is. It's quick in terms of like, I'm 22. You can do that if you're willing to give it 5 to 10 years. That's relatively quick in the grand scheme of a life that got to live to its natural limits. But yeah, I mean, I think you're setting yourself up for more struggle if you... The thing is, the sooner you expect it to take a long time, the faster it'll happen sooner than you expect. Hormozy bar. But it's true. If you expect it to take a long time and it doesn't, you're only pleasantly surprised. You're like, bang, that happened quick. But if you think it'll be a short ride and it takes so long, you're just going to be disappointed. I was going to tilt these buildings, but I guess I'm not anymore. So now this building is just out of perspective. Why can you not do it without obsession? Because Kim Jung Gi is like the best to ever draw. It's like saying, why can't I be the best tennis player in the world without obsession? Because you have to beat the people who are obsessed. And that's pretty hard to do because they dedicate almost every waking moment of their prime lifetime years to doing one thing really well. And if you think that you're and they're the most talented at it and they're the most dedicated. So if you think you can overcome or get to a level of that without obsession, it's just, we live in a world that's too competitive for that to be true. Now that doesn't mean you can't just have your own standard of success. You don't need to be as good as Kim Jung Gi to like your art. In fact, you'll like it way before you get to that level. We're the same age. No wonder you're one of my favorite YouTubers. Bam! Let's go. Love that. Thank you. I never watched Look Back. Sorry, Hodstrat. I've never heard of it. Maybe I have. I don't know. I haven't. Jake Don't Draw? Yeah, he's a legend. I would argue that AI art isn't really art. I would argue that art takes some like bravery to make. Hey, thanks, Onion Nomad. Oh my god, my face cam is frozen and I look like I was animated by a like a Disney movie. Like default bored look. I look like I'd be one of those students that chews bubblegum while the teacher's talking, and when they say, "Hey, listen up," he pops it in the teacher's face. Hey, Najib. Obsession isn't. Um, yeah, I guess how we define obsession. Obsession. I don't know. Obsession would be. It depends. If we define obsession as a detrimental addiction to a certain thing, then it would be detrimental. But an obsession to health can mean only doing things that are healthy, which would mean like doing everything in balance because that's healthy. So it depends how we mean by obsession. But my point was that you cannot become Kim Jung Gi level without obsession because that's just like I think that's pretty much as close to a fact as we can get to a fact. Well, I guess you don't have to be obsessed to dedicate yourself to something. You could be forced to, but my point is, I think the point is clear. Ah, I have hidden. And we have to see this because people are going to be crawling out of his hat. You guys need to know. Drive, yeah. Have a good night, Arknark. Wow, you stayed for a while. Thanks. Yeah, Leif, I'll weigh in. I mean, I'm honored that you don't see a difference between mine and Kim Jung Gi. And I would say, like, I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. Like, I'm drawing from my imagination, but there's drawing from imagination, and then there is, I mean, I don't even know if I should need to pick an impressive page, but like, there's levels to this. Like, there's absolute levels. And I think it's also a matter of, like, the more into it you are, it depends how, like, if you're really into drawing from imagination, I think people can, in their heads, create a pretty, like, a pretty clear hierarchy of who is best and, like, the Mount Rushmore of skills, right? This is, like, it's not just we're all doing the same things. I'm drawing in detail and perspective, but his perspective and detail and gesture and dynamism and shape design, composition, subject variety, hatching, value structure, there's just so many things he's doing across the board that are finesse, like, that are the mark of almost a genius. Well, probably a genius. I mean, like, look at the textures of this character's face. Look at the skin folds down here, how the little hatch marks follow the contour of the face. And he does this all fluidly, and he does this much a year. Like, it's I mean, there's levels to it. There's just levels. I appreciate you saying that you don't see a difference, and I'm honored, but I also know, like, I know what I can do and what I can't. So yeah, I've seen Peter Draws. Peter Draws is cool. My cam did die, didn't it? I don't know why it died. Weird. Yeah, the hatch marks and stuff is just shading. It's just like the fluency he has of it is just, I mean, the confidence, the fluent, he just has way more experience and fluency doing it. I mean, he's drawn probably 10 times more than I have. He's probably drawn, in his lifetime, he has accrued 10 times the hours I've spent drawing. So he just has I mean, yeah, I mean, he just has a method to it that is, I mean, you can't discount the knowledge he had and the finesse he has. How easily he would have drawn this in maybe 20 minutes, maybe less. Yeah, Kim's work is, bro, Peter Han, as talented as he is, has said like he barely holds a candle to Kim's work if you compare it to the same metric to. I mean, everyone knows no one really competes with Kim Jung Gi, and that could become dogma at some point. But it's like no, it's partly just the fact because he was that good. It's not like we're saying it to. Like it's not even out of honor for a man who passed too quickly. It's like no, it's just kind of just a fact. He's just better. I'm liking this. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Does anyone know any other artists like Peter Draws? I don't know. It is a question of experience. It is a question of experience. Why does it matter if Kim Jung Gi can draw faster? It doesn't. It's a testament to his skill. It's to say that I couldn't draw this in 20 minutes, but he has the ability to draw at this level of complexity in a fraction of the time because he's that skilled. He can make decisions faster than I can, better than I can. And that's just not really. The question with subjectivity in art is relatively a like how much you like it is subjective. What is being drawn is not very subjective. Perspective is not subjective. Well, I guess the literal notion of it is, but like perspective theory is not subjective. It's like you either know it or you don't. A lot of these things are not subjective. What makes Kim Jung Gi objectively better? Well, I'm not sure. I don't want to argue for argument's sake, but I feel like if you wanted to, I mean, I'm not trying to convince you of a belief here. You don't have to agree, but if you're genuinely asking these questions, I think you'll find the information readily available. I like the rendering on this. Still in school? No, not in school. I would even say Kim Jung Gi is probably the greatest draftsman of all time. I'd probably say so too. I mean, I don't know how you'd compare other people's work to it. He just did something so differently than everyone else. Yeah, you could also probably ask. The most common name you'd probably hear for the greatest draftsman of all time is probably Kim Jung Gi. A friend told me today that he prefers white chocolate over milk chocolate. Is this relationship salvageable? Should I cut out toxicity from my life for good? I mean, milk chocolate's just objectively better. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, you don't want toxic people in your life. Get them out. The dude is your favorite artist's artist. That's a great way of saying it. I think what happens is the more you draw, the more you understand the mind-boggling achievement of what Kim Jung Gi did. I mean, there is... It's like... Yeah, it's hard to compare him to other arts and other crafts. But it's like... I don't know, I'm thinking too hard. I don't have the brain power for this right now. But it's like someone who has won every thing possible in... Bro, he's like Khabib Nurmagomedov, bro. Retired too early, never lost. You know, if you know, you know. Khabib comparison is insane but true. Literally, like give props where props are due. He's like Mighty Mouse, bro. Yeah, and that dude did love drawing. His drive was... First time I saw Kim Jung Gi after getting back in art, I literally dropped my jaw. Chiseled marble statue kind of symbol. Yeah. If you did become the best, would you still enjoy it as much? Probably, because I don't think he did it. I would definitely think you would have to enjoy it to become the best, and you'd still enjoy it once you became the best. Because think about anybody who spends decades trying to improve their craft. They're probably not only doing it because they want to be the best. They probably have their own internal competition that's just beyond. Like, you only get to be the best by loving it. I think he says, damn, I recorded an entire video and you're still drawing. Bruh, I'm not even, my brain's fried for real. I don't know what I'm still doing here. I just said I'd finish the drawing, so I gotta finish the drawing. I got work to do, but I keep reading comments. I keep getting caught up. I'm getting lost in the sauce for real. What I did like about Kim Jung Gi's work is he had very decisive folds. So it's like here, you would have a very clear grouping up of forms like this. Which would take you to maybe something like this. This is kind of the armor plates you were talking about, Figgy. Just more with like shirts, but similar principle. The wrapping. Guess he's wearing a hoodie. This dude was almost a wizard, and then he just became a weird old dude. Justice for weird old dudes, man. Actually, I think weird old dudes have gotten too much justice. But can you not achieve what he did? It is very depressing, angering, and discouraging to think I cannot reach his level. I mean, I don't think it's impossible to reach his level. I just think it's... Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't... If it bothers you that you can't do that, I would not say... you can do that. Yeah, like, you could do that. Who is Khabib? He's a hipster from Seattle. That's what I'm going to tell my kids. Like, yeah, Khabib was a hipster who changed the world. This guy's like, you get back here, yes. Get back in the hat. Get back in the hat. It's like, no, we shan't. We shan't go back to the hat, father. For we are free. We are free. No one ever let me get a hold of a script. You guys get back in the hat right now, I say. But father, I want to be a free elf. I'm glad I ate right before this because I suspected it would be too late, but I didn't think it would be this late. Honestly, live streaming is good because it keeps me drawing. Like, I actually don't draw that much these days. I do Challenge 52, I do this, and I try to work on the course. Hey, don't ask that question. The answer to your question is right here. You made me feel calm and focused on my drawing. Today I'm so productive. Thanks. Well, I'd love to hear that. Yeah, Kim Jung Gi drew like probably in his life an average of like 8 hours per day since birth. Let's be real, probably like 4 hours per day since birth, but no, probably like 5 hours per day since birth. That dude was drawing a lot. We can only guess, but I mean, there are a vast amount of drawings. They have yet to scan all his drawings, dude. Like, there's a lot of drawings. That man stayed drawing. He's holding one of the escapees. He's holding one of them. Can you look up the question I asked, please? Let me look. Right, that's kind of far. I did love your videos. Beginner, I watched how to draw a face in a head tutorial. I really love the boxes method instead of Loomis, but every time I try to fit a head into a rotated box, it looks so weird. How can I fix every time I fit a head into a rotated box? I don't know, that's a harder question to answer. How can you fix it? I would look at tutorials that are doing exactly that exercise. And then draw Kim Jung Gi. Okay, you're spamming the chat. I don't love that. How to draw a head in a box. I'll do one very quickly. Because I'm low-key getting toasted. Okay. Kim Jung Gi has tutorials on this, so I would watch those. Box. Head. Side plane. Center. Ear. Front plane. Face. Mouth. Lips. Nose. Eyebrows. Eyes. More eyes. Nose holes. Cheekbone. Front plane. Break. Softness. Hairline. Creeps around. Comes down. Head. Wraps around. Neck. Slots into head. Muscles. Come from behind ear. Down to collarbone. Like this. Neck muscles go up behind head. I'm only speaking in two syllables now. Shoulders around. Chest in front. And that is head. Are you drawing these on Bristol board? No, it's just printer paper. Do you feel tired? Yeah, I do feel tired. It's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. I gotta finish this. I got to finish this, bruv. Or else I'll be talking in a accent like this for the rest of it, right? I hope I don't. I hope a British person's not in here like, what the heck, man? Sorry for the Brits in here. So that's just not right. If this was any other culture, I would feel wrong. I just would. But it's your fault for making a fun accent, you know what I mean? You know what? That's an L take. I apologize for that right now. You don't need to cancel me. I take it back right away. I have to have something block this so I don't have to keep drawing it. Maybe it'll be heads. I guess I'm just drawing something else now. Birmingham is shit out. I woke up in a steaming mood today, yeah. Even your box you drew, the silhouette is falling apart. Focus on your silhouettes. Forget about the details. Your silhouettes need more work. You're right. What's the point of the cube? Why not just brute force from my ball? Because brute force can be hard. It's not solid. If you paint it solid, you will see it's wonky. Now, I agree with you. I definitely agree. But Kim Jung Gi made sure his solid lines, his silhouettes are solid and strong. And analyze Kim Jung Gi and master and turn their drawings into pure silhouettes. You'll find it reads well. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I was actually doing silhouette boxes this week. Practicing them. That looked like Peter Griffin. What time of day do you usually stream at? Thanks for making it. I usually stream night times, but no usual day, to be honest. Someone requested a baddie a long time ago. Now, I don't know if this will be a baddie, but my intention is to draw. Oh, what are you drawing is covered by face cam. Lol. I was drawing a woman. Have I got yourself some water? Yeah. No, think draw. I think if you watch the beginning of this, I was talking about like that's how I drew this car. I did practice the silhouette. I don't agree with you, think draw. You're right. We should. I mean, the way I see constructive criticism like that, though, is like when you're drawing for imagination, it's like, of course, there's always issues. The goal is to improve them over time. I mean, this week I did do like I've been practicing silhouette boxes. Look, silhouette boxes. Silhouette boxes. You know, doing silhouette boxes. The problem is I'm doing all this from imagination, so. Yeah, I mean, constructive criticism is welcome, but sometimes when it comes to DFI, it's like hard to implement, you know. Please share how you came up with this scene. I mean, you could just watch it. I just drew. I just drew what I just drew, and then this happened. Kind of cool. Draw the boxes with a point of VP on a horizon line. Do not just draw boxes on white paper with no point of reference. It'll only get you so far. I gotta see. I would love to, I mean, I gotta know if I'm gonna draw with flow. Awesome. Okay, so you're a drawing teacher. I was wondering, like, where this constructive criticism is coming from. Yeah, I appreciate the. I don't know. I mean, I'm relatively happy with my boxes, to be honest. So. But I appreciate the advice. We got Peter Griffin, full cosplay going on here. Thanks, Thinkshaw. Who do you learn from? From anyone who inspires me? Although nowadays I don't really watch tutorials, I just draw. Why the fish? I don't know. The fish, I like drawing lips. The fish started out some big lips. I figured this is a little fishman. Get it, girl. I don't know if you're talking to me or the girl, but we will. Both of us will. Go to get your omega-3s. Bro, I've been drinking cod liver oil. I want to drink more. I have not been getting my daily dose. Yo, Peter. I'd be curious to know why the fish, though. Get it, girl? Why not fish? Silent, sure, yeah, but would you want to know something of particular inspired the fish? Gotta get your omega-3s. Do you ever draw mechs and robots? Or are you used to drawing this size? Might chocolate cake sound like? Happy drawing, everyone, and amazing work. Keep the good work. I'm off to draw. Enjoy, think, draw. See ya. Am I used to drawing this size? I guess relatively now, but somewhat new still. Oh yeah, we're approaching baddie status. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Should we? I'll see if this ruins it. Some lips. Okay, they have like dark lipstick. I mean, cool. They like that style. They're gonna do it. I'm gonna give them dark hair. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Bam. They're frowning. It's always hard to tell if you're gonna make it look worse when you shade it. Hard to know some things. These things, you just gotta do it and discover. How long have you been drawing for? Yeah, streams for. Thanks much for answering, but this is drawing like this big scene in off-kilter perspective inspired by Kim Jung Gi in particular, or other artists like him. Peter is the real baddie. Look at that jawline. Well, this is inspired. I don't know. That's just how I draw. Well, this is just what I like to draw. In the long run, probably inspired by the compositions of Kim Jung Gi. I don't know. It's just like an amalgamation of everyone I've liked for a while. But Kim Jung Gi is like the hallmark of this, so. This dude. Broken Draws type is goth baddies with glasses. You know? No, there's many a baddie in this world. I merely depicted one. They come in all shapes, sizes. You know? Anyone can be a baddie. It's all about what's in here, guys. It's all about what's in here. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You guys are all baddies. You know, this dude's a baddie. Let's be real. He's a baddie too. He's a baddie too. Let's give credit where credit's due. You're a baddie too. If it rhymes, it's true. Triple rhyme right there. That's how you know it's like really, really true. These are the ultimate co-workers. You know, you would just be like, bro, what music are you guys playing? This would be like death metal, and then this would be, oh yeah, I guess they gotta have some. I mean, if we're gonna lean into the goth baddie theme, we gotta give them snake tattoos. It's all about estrogen, I think. I don't know where that came from, but I don't. Give him some colored lips and he'll be on her league. Lol, estrogen, HIWNY, purple haze. Oh, I thought you guys were talking about weed. That woman's skirt. Whose skirt? Where's the skirt? I don't know where whose skirt. That was supposed to be a foot, but it's like, yeah, the man's holding this girl in his hand. She's like, bruh, why are you holding me, dog? I'll color her hair so it's more clear. There you go. Dang. Dang. Dude, this is just some crazy coworker lore waiting to be unfurled. Peter and like Dark World Lois. Yo, Peter low-key got those like biceps though. He low-key got cannons. Don't sleep on Peter. This dude works out. He could protect you. Not that she would need protection, but that's for damn sure. Hat skirt connection. I don't know where skirt's coming from. The man with the mustache and hair below the woman. No, on his head. What's the skirt? Where's her skirt? I know I didn't draw a skirt. I don't understand where the skirt's coming from. My ass did not draw a skirt, bro. The girl in his hand, that's supposed to be a foot. But I guess it could well be a skirt. I mean, that's where the art's subjective. Okay, we are done. How do you not see it? Look at the man's head. Okay, I'm looking here. Where is there a skirt coming out of a head? The woman in the hat below her look like they're merging. Oh, this is not a skirt, it's a hat. This is a hat. You thought this was this lady's skirt? I drew this hat a long time ago. Yeah, it's the sorting hat. Not his hand, his head. Look at his hat melds with her skirt. Oh, well, she's not wearing a skirt, so it doesn't... I guess it looks like the hat could be a skirt, but I don't know. I guess if I squint my eyes. But the perspective's just not right. The skirt would be down here, but... I see. No, this is a hat. Not a skirt. Maybe that's why he's upset. He's like, why are you calling my hat your darn skirt? I'll make it look like the sorting hat. Wait. There you go. It looks like a tuba. I miss Kim Jung Gi. Me too. What are you talking about, Leif? Looks like her is resting on his bald spot under the hat. Nah, you guys are not cooking with that. I can't lie. Okay. Okay, now I just need to add the date. It is. When I started this, it was the 14th. So I'm going to write kind of didn't cook with that. This wording at all, but okay, that's very poorly drawn. Is my head in the way? I suspect it probably was. Don't know why someone's saying you should wear a hairband. Let me see. Camera's blurry, wow. Oh, I was doing this, wasn't I? Oh, lol. Not bad, guys. Good, you guys didn't see me draw this really badly. I should have thought about the silhouette. He was right. This actually makes it look much worse, low-key. Well, I did not cook with that, but that's okay. Well, I guess the numbers could be balloons. They're not, but they could be. I guess I could have. Oh my god, I probably sneezed right into the mic. My bad. I probably blew out some eardrums there. This is really ugly compositionally, but what can you do, eh? That's that, guys. That's the drawing. That's what we did. We just add some texture here just to give the... Well, I guess we could just... Oh, whatever. That's the drawing we made today. I'm really tired. Bam! We did it, guys. Bro can draw? Question mark? Let's see, almost 5 hours. Yeah, holy. They're not meant to be then what? I think he's only done 4 hours, potato. You did an awesome job, Big T. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, T-Bone. They're not meant to be then what? Do you have a story project you want to end up creating or learning how to draw just for the sake of it? Just to draw. I like to draw. I regret making those balloons. I can't lie. At least you do some stretching. Your mind might not be burnt yet, but your body, yeah. This truly shows the only way between me and greatness is consistency, for sure. I agree, potato. So we're trying, bro, and how he's able to keep up with this, posing to become a grandmaster. I hope so. Funny enough, sometimes I wonder if I even like drawing, but I recommend a channel called Nick Key for anyone else. Long drawing sessions use uniquely fantastic art. Cool. What is Be Ugly? What is Be Ugly compositionally and why? What part is ugly? The balloons are very dynamic. They're just pretty scattered about there and they take up a lot of tension. Great work identifying Kim Jung Gi's mirrors, a bit full of details, even though I love your level details. Thanks. Is the mirror of the audio too low? Sorry. All right, guys. That is the stream. We are going to sleep. It's pretty late. It's 2 a.m. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for second stream of Road to Kim Jung Gi. We have walked one step forward today. Do you take a break like at all? I peed twice. We have taken one step forward today, and hopefully I'll see you guys on Sunday, if not sooner. Peace, everybody. Have a good night. Happy drawing. I hope you guys got a lot of drawing done while you watched, and this will be uploaded on YouTube if you want to check it out. Cheers. Also, sign up for the newsletter and the book if you want to get notified when my course comes out, or you just want the free book. brokenjaw.com. Peace, everybody. Thank you for joining. Thanks for everyone who stayed for 5 hours. 5 hours? You guys are crazy. Vicky, you got to go to bed too, man. I know it's late for you too. Good night. Bye, guys.